Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. There are new reports of explosions in Iran because the U.S. is again carrying out strikes in Iran. So let me show you, as an example, some of the reports about explosions so far. Here, for example, is Mayor News about 10 minutes ago. Iran state media mayor about 10 minutes ago. Multiple explosions heard in the city of Avaz. And I think there were some more before that. Oh, that was Far News. That was Far's news, by the way. I just showed you Far's, not mayor. Oh, hang on a moment here. Mayor News says, okay, a bunch of things from Mayor News. So about 15 minutes ago, they said reports of another explosion heard in Bandar Abbas and Keshem. The source of the sound is still unknown. They also said explosion heard in Avaz, right? Source of the sound is still unknown. They said U.S.-backed enemy attacks areas near the city of Avaz. Deputy Governor of Khuzestan Province for Security Affairs. A short while ago, areas near the city of Avaz were attacked by a U.S.-backed enemy. I don't know what U.S.-backed enemy means. Does that just mean U.S.? I'm not sure. And then also, they said images from the site of the recent U.S. attack on Bandar Abbas. It appears a telecommunications tower was the target of the attack in Bandar Abbas, but this has not yet been confirmed. So possibly a telecommunications tower hit in Bandar Abbas. Now, earlier, there was reporting about, earlier today, there was before the U.S. even announced, well, actually, the U.S. announced that they had started their attacks at 2 Eastern time, which is earlier than they had. They seem to be getting earlier most days. They seem to be getting earlier. So if I can show you this. About an hour ago, Mayor News had said another attack by U.S. enemy projectiles in Bandar Abbas. So that was at 2:21 local time, 2:21 Eastern time. That report came out. The CENTCOM said they started at 2 today. Oops, I guess they changed their. Hold on a second here. Oops. Now what? Now what? At 2 p.m. today, Eastern Time, U.S. forces began conducting a new wave of strikes against Iran for the 6th consecutive night to further degrade Iranian military capabilities. When they first posted it, I think it said 5th, and I knew it was 6th because we had been counting every night. So I think they've updated it to 6th. 6th consecutive night. Maybe I should use consecutive and not straight. Straight is smaller. Well, I might change my headline. We've been going with 5th straight night, 4th straight night. I'll leave it for now. Hey, a big thanks to 86 GOP Forever who gave 50 people memberships. 50 in the YouTube chat. That's incredibly generous of you. If 86 gave you a membership, please thank 86. That's really nice of you, 86. Thank you so much for your support. Hey, also, thanks so much to Jacob Emery, 1727, for your support. Thanks, Jacob. And Honda Dipvik from Norway. Thanks, Honda Dipvik. Also, thanks to our moderators who are here. We have Ruth is moderating right now. Thank you so much, Ruth. We have on Twitch, Idaho Star, I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3. Thank you for moderating. And also we have Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha who moderate for us on X. And thanks to our Facebook moderators too. Kay Lowry, Bodies Modding, Shannon Davis Hughes, Andrea Holder. Big thanks. Why is this not working? Give me a moment here. Okay. Did I say Paul Anderson? Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Sean Thornton, for the Facebook stars. Why is everything all weird here? Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Sean Thornton. Okay, now let's get back to the updates here. So a bunch of explosions heard in Avaz, also explosions heard in Bandar Abbas. I'll show you on a map where this is. 6th straight night of U.S. strikes. Almost a week. U.S. strikes. Oops, now I'm hearing two of myself. I'm hearing two of myself. Okay, so here's a map. There's Iran. So we heard about strikes in Avaz, which is going to be here, Khuzestan province, Avaz. And also near the Strait of Hormuz, Bandar Abbas. Both of these cities have been targeted multiple times by the U.S., especially Bandar Abbas. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. There's also a senior spokesperson of the armed forces who I guess is doing some sort of TV interview in Iran. And Iran state media is saying what he says, or giving some quotes from him. So you can see here, senior spokesperson of the Iranian armed forces. The Americans are trapped and their only way out is to leave West Asia. The era of American bullying and recklessness is over. He also says, the route that Iran has established in the Strait of Hormuz is safe, and any route outside of it will be unsafe, and ships will be damaged in it. There you go. So if ships don't take the route that Iran wants, the one close to Iran, then ships will be damaged in it. He also says, the Americans must answer for what they are doing and what they are doing in the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. The Armed Forces spokesperson also says, if the Americans are not present in the region, the Strait of Hormuz will certainly not be blocked. Hey, by the way, another thanks. That's very generous of you. 86 GOP Forever. 86 just gave a very generous donation after giving 50 memberships. So 86, that is really kind of you. Thank you so much for all your generous support of the channel. That is really nice of you. I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for your note too. 86, thank you. Very kind of 86. Now, Give me a second here. We are bringing you the latest updates. And again, this is the earliest in recent weeks that the stream, sorry, that the CENTCOM has started their strikes, their evening strikes, 2 p.m. Eastern, so they would have started at 9:30 Iran time. More explosions reported. More explosions reported. This is from Iran State TV. Look at the bottom there. It says, Governor of Bushehr. In a continuation of the American enemy's aggression, 2 explosions were heard in Bushehr a few minutes ago. Bushehr is on the coast next to the Persian Gulf. There is a civilian nuclear plant in Bushehr. I have a hard time thinking that would have been targeted, but it's a city there in Bushehr. And there's also Bushehr province, which includes the city, Bushehr region. So it could be somewhere in Bushehr region. There's the city of Bushehr right there on the Persian Gulf. So Bushehr, explosions there. That is a target that has been targeted before, that area. Oh, Bushehr city, actually. So you can see right here, IRNA, Iran State Media, 2 explosions were heard in the city. 2 explosions were heard in Bushehr city. As a continuation of the American enemy's aggression, the governor said 2 explosions were heard in Bushehr city a few minutes ago. Also, IRNA reports that U.S. enemy attacks areas near Avaz, the city of Avaz. The deputy governor of Khuzestan province for security affairs announced that U.S. enemy forces attacked areas near the city of Avaz and stated further information regarding this incident will be provided later. The deputy governor said, moments ago, areas near the city of Avaz were attacked by U.S. enemy forces. Investigation into the details is underway, and further information will be released later. I feel like I don't always see the further information later, but maybe it's released in some form that I don't, at some platform that I don't see. Also, IRNA says, following the circulation of some news reports on social media regarding explosions in the cities of Chabahar and Kanarak, which I have not heard, investigations indicate no official reports of explosions in Chabahar and Kanarak have been released so far. Vahid reports, Vahid Online, who gets reports from Iran, says, reports of explosions in Bandar Abbas. Just about 5 minutes ago, Vahid Online says, has some reports. For example, one person says 4 explosions, one person says 2 explosions, one person says near the airbase, reports of an attack. So this is about 5 minutes ago. It's about 5 minutes ago. Give me a moment here. Give me 1 sec, guys. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment here. Thanks for your patience. All right, so again, according to Vahid Online on Telegram, just about 7 minutes ago, there were explosions in the Bandar Abbas area. Vahid tends to get the reports before they're put out by state media. Well, this is pretty quick, actually. State media, look at this. IRIB, Iran State Media, Iran State TV, look at this here. At the bottom, a series of explosions were heard west of Bandar Abbas. Bandar Abbas. Oops. A series of explosions were heard west of Bandar Abbas. Also, I want to mention that Iran State TV has some quotes from this Iranian military spokesperson, senior spokesperson, who's on TV right now. He says, Iran will not back down in the face of a rebel and will not make the slightest retreat from managing the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, update about Bandar Abbas. Updated report from Mehr News. 7 people injured in enemy attack on Tape Allah Akbar neighborhood in Bandar Abbas. Public Relations of Hormuzgan University of Medical Sciences. Following the attack on the Tape Allah Akbar neighborhood in Bandar Abbas a few minutes ago, 7 of our fellow citizens have been injured so far. Immediately after the incident, all rescue and medical teams of Hormuzgan University of Medical Sciences have been put on full alert, and necessary medical procedures are being carried out to treat the injured. I don't know what the nature of this, if this is true, I can't confirm it. We've certainly heard a bunch of reports of explosions in Bandar Abbas. If there are people injured in this incident, I'm not sure what that involves. Normally, they don't post about injuries that much, injuries and deaths that much on state media there. Give me a moment here. So this is Iran state media. Mayor. 7 people injured in enemy attack on Tape Allah Akbar neighborhood in Bandar Abbas. Try to show you where that is. It's not even on the maps. Gemini says it's a hilltop neighborhood in northern Bandar Abbas. When I search for it, I don't find it on the maps. I'll show you here's Bandar Abbas near the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know where, and I can't really get a good feeling for. So it's somewhere there. It's some neighborhood there. Again, I don't know exactly where it is. But we're hearing about a bunch of explosions reported in Bandar Abbas. Here's more about this alleged attack by the U.S. in Bandar Abbas. Right here. This is from Tasneem News. They say 7 injured. Oh, it says on Allah Akbar Hill. I guess that's a translation. Allah Akbar Hill. in Bandar Abbas. 7 people, according to a reporter from Tasnim News Agency, following the recent attack by U.S. forces on the residential area of Tape Allah Akbar in the city of Bandar Abbas. Unfortunately, 7 of our fellow citizens have been injured so far. All emergency and medical personnel from Hormuz University of Medical Sciences have been placed on full alert. Necessary treatment is being provided to the injured. The Public Relations Department of the Hormuz University of Medical Sciences, while strongly condemning this act of aggression, urges the honorable people of Bandar Abbas to remain calm, to follow news only through official and reliable sources, and to refrain from spreading any rumors. Thanks, Martin Ging. Martin says, is there confirmation about hitting a hospital? Hey, Martin, yesterday, I think, or the day before, one of those 2 days, there were a bunch of reports in Iranian media saying that a hospital had been evacuated because U.S. strikes had hit near the hospital. There may have been 1 or 2 that said hit the hospital, but most of the reporting a day or 2 ago, whenever we were covering this, claimed, I can't confirm this, that strikes hit near a hospital and that therefore the hospital was evacuated. I haven't heard anything new about a hospital today. Thank you, Martin Ging. Thanks so much. Thanks, Roostertail88 for being a member. Thanks, Nick P1110 for being a member. Thanks, the comment section for your support. Thanks, Martin Ging again. Thank you, Martin. Also, thanks, Thomas P0419, who's given so many memberships. Thomas gave a bunch of memberships to people. Thanks, Thomas P0419. Now, Vahid posted something. No, Vahid posted the thing about Bandar Abbas, about the injuries reported. Some people say to Vahid that power flickered or fluctuated in Bandar Abbas. Wow, and also I want to say a big thanks to Louis R., who just gave 50 of you in the chat. Louis R. gave 50 of you memberships. Wow, that is so generous of you, Louis R. Thank you for all your support of the channel. All your generous support of the channel. Thank you, Louis R. Really appreciate it. Louis has been a long-time supporter of the channel. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Louis R. Please thank Louis or 86 or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. By the way, within the last hour, Kuwait announced within the last hour that since dawn today, a total of 32 hostile drones within Kuwaiti airspace have been intercepted and dealt with. Those were all the ones detected today. 32 drones. Looks like no missiles detected today so far by Kuwait. Once again, they say something like this. The sinful Iranian aggression resulted in targeting several vital facilities in the country, and the interception operations against the hostile targets led to the fall of debris in several residential areas, causing material damage with no injuries reported. Praise be to God. As I've said before, I don't remember in the last couple months the last time that I've seen, well, let me put it this way. I don't really remember it, but it seems like the large majority of the time when Gulf countries report damage from Iranian attacks, they say it's because it's interception debris. Maybe that's true. I don't know if possibly some of these are direct hits and they just don't want to say that. But it really seems to pretty much always be these days that they say the damage was caused by interception debris. And then once again, I mean, this is something we've talked about before, but anyways, I cannot speak to the specifics here, but I just want to point that out. Oh, update. Update from Iranian state media. Look at this. News update. News update. Oops. 8 more explosions reported in the old village of Keshem. 8 more explosions. Wow. That's on Keshem Island, near the Strait of Hormuz. That's from Iran State TV. Eight more. I'll show you where that is. Keshem Island is here. Here's Keshem Island. Now, next to the Strait of Hormuz. Where is the old village of Keshem? Gemini says it's Bandar A Loft. Here. That's where Gemini says it is. It says it has historic wind catchers, ancient wells, historic wind towers, ancient wells, maritime and fishing heritage, and forts in ruins. Bandar A Loft. Anyways, I don't know what's been hit there, but they say 8 more explosions have been reported in the area of the old village of Keshem. And Wikipedia says Loft is a city in Keshem County. Loft is more than 2,000 years old. On Keshem Island. So again, I'm not sure what has been attacked in the Loft area, but we're hearing about 8 more explosions there. Why would they be striking there? They say they've been saying that they've been striking to reduce Iran's capacity to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Today, their statement was kind of just more general, CENTCOM. Today they said they're striking Iran for a 6th consecutive night to further degrade Iranian military capabilities. That's all they say, to further degrade Iranian military capabilities. Update from Vahid online, who says just about 10 minutes ago, explosions reported at the airport in Dasht, Iran. What's the airport in Dasht, Iran? What does that mean? Let me look this up. Give me a moment here. This is, they say Dasht, well, I don't know about this. There's an airport, Dasht-e-Naz Airport in Sari. So there, if I'm reading this right, there are unverified message that Vahid Online has got that there has been strikes at an airport in Iran in Sari. Give me a moment here. All right, so there is Sari, Iran, which is in the north, all the way in the north, which is it's next to the Caspian Sea, near the Caspian Sea. And there is I guess there's an airport there. Where is the airport there? Ah, up there. Sari International Airport? Is that it? I'm not sure. Is this Sari International Airport? Hang on, trying to get an answer. Okay, so I believe this is the airport we're talking about here. It has looks like a single runway, if I'm seeing this right. But that is in northern Iran near the Caspian Sea. So again, we have reports from Vahid claiming that some people are saying there were some explosions, that airport has been attacked by the U.S. Fars News also reports explosions in Keshem. As we told you a short while ago, Iran State TV said 8 more explosions have been reported in the area of the old village of Keshem on Keshem Island. Oh, here is something more about Keshem. Look, this is from Tasnim State Media. They say 8 explosions reported in the area of Masen village, Keshem. Now, where is Masen? We'll find out in a moment. Enemy fighter jets over Keshem Island, which is next to the Strait of Hormuz. Simultaneously with the flight of enemy fighter jets over the sky of Keshem, 8 explosions occurred in the vicinity of Masen village. According to the Tasnim news agency, several explosions were heard in the area of Masan village on Keshem Island, coinciding with the continuation of enemy aggression. According to reports received so far, 8 explosions have occurred in this area, and at the same time, enemy fighter jets are flying over the sky of Keshem Island. Initial reports indicate these explosions occurred in the vicinity of Masan village. A Tasnim reporter is following up the details, and further updates will be released later. Also known as Messin, I believe. I believe it is also Messin. So, oh, Messin is right here. I see it. Messin. That's weird. So the 8 explosions, we have 2 different reports. One report said old village of Keshem, which, from looking online, I thought they were referring to Bandar e Laft. But now we're also hearing 8 explosions in Messin. So I was assuming that the 8 were in Bandar e Laft, but maybe that's just not the case. That was the best I could figure out without specifics. But it looks like they're saying now that the 8 explosions were in Messin, which is here. So sorry for the confusion. Gemini says that Messin is usually not referred to as the Old Village. Old Village is normally, Bandar Loft is normally referred to as the Old Village. Anyways, so some different reporting about where these 8 explosions happened, but 8 explosions. Also, they talk about fighter jets. They keep talking about, in this report, fighter jets flying over Keshem Island. They don't always talk about that. They mention it a couple times. Oh, okay. Vahid reports attack on Iran Shah Airport in Sistan and Baluchistan province. That's according to Vahid Online. That's Iran Shah Airport. Iran Shah Airport. Hold on. Here. This is in southeastern Iran. Periodically, the last few days, we've heard about strikes at different airports. Iran Shah, maybe even at this airport before. Give me a second here. Okay, hold on a moment. Is this? What is this? What am I looking at? I can't tell. Vahid posted something about a bridge in Bandar Abbas, but I don't know if he's saying that the bridge has been hit. It's a little confusing. I just can't make it out. It's possible. It's possible a bridge has been hit in Bandar Abbas. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on that for you. Oh, update. We have it confirmed from Tasnim State Media. U.S. fighter jets launch missile attack on Iran Shah Airport. A Tasnim news agency reporter in Iran Shah reported that U.S. fighter jets launched a missile attack on Iran Shah Airport a few minutes ago. According to the report, residents in the area heard 3 loud explosions near the Iran Shah airport, and reports from locals indicate a heavy attack on the airport. The extent of the damage from these attacks is currently unknown, but operational officials from armed forces stationed in the area are now present at the airport. Wow. I'm going to show you Iran Shah Airport. This is in southeastern Iran. We've heard report of 2 different airports, one in the north and one in the southeast, being struck tonight. Now, is this just so? I have a hard time thinking that the U.S. is striking an airport in northern Iran across the country just to prevent Iran from attacking ships all the way across the country in the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran Shah Airport is here next to Iran Shah. I guess it's actually in Iran Shah. And this airport, you can see there's the runway there. Iran Shah Airport. All right, give me a moment here. All right, so we're hearing about a lot of strikes here by the U.S. on Iran in different targets, and including a couple different airports. Hold on, I have another report here. from Tasnim state media, attack on infrastructure. What is this? A bridge. Oh, a bridge has been struck according to Tasnim. According to Tasnim, a bridge has been struck. Look at this. A Tasnim news agency reporter reported that moments ago, the American enemy attacked the city of Bandar-e-Kamir and the Khorasan region, and several explosions were heard. According to reports and follow-up by the Tasnim reporter, the attacks targeted the bridge connecting Bandar Abbas to Shiraz, known as the Bandar Abbas Khorasan-Lar Bridge. Power outages are currently affecting the areas in Khorasan. Khorasan. Wow. Iran state media Tasnim. U.S. has attacked the bridge connecting Bandar Abbas to Shiraz. Power outages are currently affecting areas in Khorasan. Also, power outages are currently affecting cities and areas in Khorasan after Khorasan. After the area was attacked by U.S. strikes. So they say the U.S. has attacked the bridge connecting Bandar Abbas to Shiraz. Also, power outages are currently affecting areas in Khorasan after that area was attacked by U.S. strikes. So this could be some kind of ramping up of the U.S. strikes on the kind of targets they're hitting. We'll have to see. Give me a moment here. That's why the headline there says attack on infrastructure by the American terrorist enemy, because they're saying that the U.S. has attacked this bridge, and also they're implying that they're saying that they seem to be suggesting that power might have been attacked, because they're saying power outages are currently affecting areas in Khorasan. Now let me show you this bridge that connects Bandar Abbas to Shiraz. Bandar Abbas is next to the Strait of Hormuz. So the bridge that connects Bandar Abbas to Shiraz. I see. So it's Shiraz is here. And then so the bridge is somewhere on this road. I mean, it's a long way between them. It's hundreds of miles. But I'm not sure. They said it's the Bandar Abbas Khorasan-Lar Bridge. Khorasan. That must be a different spelling. It's actually spelled twice in the message in their post. It says Khorasan and Khorasan. Maybe it's two different places. Could be two different places. But they say the bridge is called, Bandar Abbas Korstan Lar Bridge. Let's see if I can find that. I'm not sure where that bridge is. So I'm not sure where that bridge is. I'll try to find out. Let me just get caught up. I don't want to get too hung up on that and then miss other things. Oh, wow. 10 secondary explosions. I missed this. Mayor News had reported 10 secondary explosions on Keshem Island. Look in the middle there. At least 10 secondary explosions reported in Keshem. These explosions are reportedly a result of the U.S. enemy's aerial aggression. That was posted about 20 minutes ago, 18 minutes ago, but I hadn't seen it till now. Sorry, so that's right here. They also said reports of an explosion heard near the airport in Iran. I think that's the one we talked about in northern Iran. There's been reports of 2 different airports with explosions at them. One of them in Iran Shah, which is southeast in the southeast, and one of them in where was the other one we talked about? I don't know if I posted about that one, but I know we talked about it. I have to try to find it. There was some report we read that claimed that there was an airport near the Caspian Sea that had been attacked up here in northern Iran. Yeah, and Sari. One of the reports we read claimed, I might have been Vahid who posted about this. I think Vahid might have posted about this, saying there were unconfirmed reports of an airport in the Sari area that had been attacked. Anyways, I'm going to keep an eye on that, see if we get any more on that. And here is more on this bridge that has been attacked. A bridge has been attacked by the U.S. according to Iranian state media. Main bridge on the Bandar Komer Bandar Abbas route came under attack. According to initial reports, attacks on bridges have begun. And a few minutes ago, one of the most important bridges on the route from Bandar Komer to Bandar Abbas was targeted by the enemy. I'm not sure if this is a different bridge, because we already heard about one bridge that went from Bandar Abbas to somewhere. So it might be the same bridge as the other one we heard about. I'm not sure. Let me really quick just do this. It's interesting. They also say attacks on bridges have begun. I don't know if they're implying that there are other bridges that have been attacked tonight. Now, Bandar Komair. Oh, new explosions reported. Look at the bottom. New explosions. Several explosions heard near Hamideh. According to reports, several explosions were heard in the vicinity of Hamideh County a few minutes ago. That's a new report. So let's look at our map here. Now, I have to look up. Sometimes these spellings end up being different. Sometimes they're different in the reports than on the map. Ah, that's in Khuzestan. That's in Khuzestan, it looks like. So if we go over here, we're hearing about explosions in Hamideh. Khuzestan is up here. It's going to be up here somewhere. Northern end of the western end of the Persian Gulf. Hamidiyeh. I think it's Hamidiyeh, basically. Yes, there. That's Hamidiyeh County in Khuzestan province, right there. So with several explosions reported there. Why, I don't know. I can't tell you. And then also the bridge we were just talking about, the bridge from Bandar Komair to Bandar Abbas. Now I can't find. Probably a different spelling. But again, Iran claims the U.S. has attacked at least one bridge and at least one airport. Oh, Bandar Kamir. Okay, where's Bandar Kamir? Okay, so this is helpful. Ah, this bridge. So there's Bandar Kamir and there's Bandar Abbas. Sorry, we need to find Bandar Kamir and not this bridge. There's Bandar Kamir and then there's Bandar Abbas. So apparently there's some sort of bridge between these two cities somewhere that has been attacked. Somewhere, I guess, along the highway between the two. I'm not sure where that. I mean, you see there are rivers here, so I assume that. It looks like rivers. So somewhere along here, there's apparently, according to state media, somewhere along this route, there is a bridge that has been attacked, but between Bandar Abbas and Bandar Kamir. But there was another bridge between Bandar Abbas and Shiraz. Shiraz is up here, which had been said to be attacked. I don't know if it's the same bridge or not. We might be talking about two different bridges. Okay, here is an update on a bridge being attacked from Fars News, I'm sorry. Enemy allegedly American attack on Bandar-e Kermak Bridge. Around 11 p.m. tonight, the Kahorstan Bridge in the Bandar-e Kermak County, Kermak County, which served as a vital link between Bandar Abbas and Lar, was reportedly targeted by an enemy allegedly American attack. Road maintenance personnel are working to create an alternative route for this transportation corridor. And this is in Bandar-e-Karimak. Let me see if I can find out where this is. Yeah, it's a little hard to figure out with these. Sometimes the translations have different spellings, and so it's hard to match them up. They said this is a vital link between Bandar Abbas and Lar. Okay, so if we look at our map here, what you can see is there is Lar is here and Bandar Abbas is here. So somewhere between the two, there is a bridge that has apparently been destroyed or attacked by the U.S. There's Bandar Abbas and there's Lar. Directions. Bandar Abbas. So I assume maybe somewhere on this road. I mean, I don't know where all the bridges are on this road. You know, different places it could be. I don't know if this a quiver factor says this is the location. That might be a typo because I put that doesn't look like a bridge. That's what quiver factor said. I don't know. I just don't know. Is this a different one quiver factor sent me? Again, I cannot confirm the location of the bridge or bridges. Vahid says there's a video that shows. Oh, Vahid had a video of a bridge that has been targeted. A missile hit the video of the bridge. A fuel tanker was destroyed. The driver is dead. A section of the bridge is gone. No one should come this way. That's an unconfirmed report that Vahid got. So Vahid said somebody sent him a video of a bridge on fire. I'm going to try to post this on my X account so you can see it. Give me a moment here. Hang on. Unconfirmed. Hold on. Not going to worry about that right now. Vahid posted it. All right, I'm going to post a link to Vahid's post where you can see Vahid posted a link to posted videos. One of apparently a bridge that has been targeted in Iran. I just posted the link in the chat to Vahid's post on X. And if you give me a moment. And Vahid says the report he got said somebody said to him that the missile hit the middle of the bridge. the fuel tanker exploded, the driver died, and there's a piece of a bridge missing. And he posted a video showing a big fire. I don't have the rights to the video, but you can see that I just posted it on my X account, which is at Lookner, at Vahid, and you can also go to at Vahid, at VAHID. Yes, and you can see in the video, you see it looks like a significant bridge, and literally, oh yeah, you actually see in the video what looks like a truck on fire that's like leaning over. There's like it looks like a 30-foot gap in the bridge, or at least like 20, 15, 20 feet, I don't know, where it's just the middle of the bridge is gone. And it looks like you're seeing maybe this truck on fire that's leaning over the bridge, the edge of the bridge. All right, hang on a moment. So we're hearing about U.S. strikes, a significant amount of U.S. strikes today, evening time, Iran. We're hearing about at least one bridge that has been attacked by the U.S. and one or more airports that have been attacked by the U.S. in these strikes, and trying to get you more information. Okay, let me show you something here from Tasnim News Agency, which talks about the bridge. Hang on. Okay, the Kavarstan Bridge, a key route, was targeted by an American enemy attack. The Bandar Abbas to Lar transit route has been blocked. Following this attack, which was accompanied by a series of explosions, the bridge over the Shur River in Kavarstan was targeted, and traffic on the Bandar Abbas Kavarstan Lar route has been suspended. Some sources have reported that vehicles were on the bridge at the time of the missile strike. The extent of casualties is currently unknown. I believe that's the bridge that Vahid posted the video of. They also say, I haven't heard these reports. They say reports of explosions in American fighter jets over Zahedan are unfounded. I have heard no such reports myself. They said, following reports of several explosions in the flight of American fighter jets over the city of Zahedan, on-site investigators indicate those reports are false. That's what they say. Hey, a quick thank you to Sean RT. Sean, thanks, Sean, for your support. Sean says Russian supply chain. I'm not sure what Sean is referring to. I don't know if he's talking about the bridge or something, but thank you, Sean. Thank you, Ed Weeby, for the membership. Also, 7.62 for being a member. Thank you, Major Schlem, for your support. Thomas P0419, again, for the memberships. Thank you, Thomas. I am Charlie for your support. Thank you. Melissa Moser, thanks for being a member. Hang on a moment here. Thanks to a guy from the 207 for your support, who says, "Is the ceasefire still in effect? I heard the Iranians want to make a deal." Thank you, S. Drock Cabinetiru on Twitch, Who Shot JR on Twitch, The Moist Bama Fox on Twitch, Da Bears, thanks for subscribing on Twitch, Beautiful Profanity for subscribing on Twitch, also Bartle B. Finnegan for subscribing on Twitch. Raycat says there's usually a deal by Friday, don't be afraid. Now, it looks like a couple things here. We have a couple reports here I want to show you. First of all, we already heard reports about the Iran Shah airport being targeted by the U.S. Well, just about 10 minutes ago, Iran state media Fars says enemy missile attack near Iran Shah. Sounds like new. Moments ago, enemy missiles reportedly American. Oh, no, this sounds like the airport. Moments ago, enemy missiles reportedly American struck near Iran Shah. Initial reports indicate the missiles hit the vicinity of Iran Shah airport. I don't know if these are new missiles at the airport or this is the report about the ones before. Officials have not yet commented on the attack and no reports of casualties or injuries have been released. They also say Iraqi media reports very loud explosions were heard in Kuwait and that the sound was also heard in Basra. So I would assume that means usually when Iran is retaliating against U.S. attacks and they fire missiles or drones at another country, they will post, the state media will say, reports say explosions in this country. So I'm guessing that Iran has fired drones and or missiles at Kuwait, and that's why we're seeing that report. That would be my guess. Hang on. Oh, update. New explosions. Oh, two bridges. Hold on. Why does this two bridges? I'm seeing a report about two bridges being hit, not just one. Okay. Airstrike hits two bridges in Bandar Kamir. That's from Iran State TV. That's from Iran State TV. Look at this report. According to eyewitnesses, two bridges near the village of Kahorstan and the Shore River in Bandar Kamir County have been struck. The driver of a private vehicle was killed on one of the bridges. And I think that the video we saw that some of you have seen that Vahid posted of the bridge destroyed and the vehicle on fire. I'm guessing that's one of these two bridges. Now look just below that. They said 4 explosions were heard in the southern coastal area of Keshem Island. We've been hearing about reports of explosions in the southern coastal area of Keshem Island. We heard about earlier reports of explosions in Mesen area of Keshem Island. That's next to the Strait of Hormuz. So new report of explosions, 4 explosions heard in the southern coastal area of Keshem Island. And then also enemy, we told you that state media is reporting that Iran Shah airport was attacked. Enemy air attack on Iran Shah airport. Local sources report 3 explosions were heard near the airport and at least 1 enemy projectile believed to be of American origin struck the airport. Struck Iran Shah airport. Now, give me a moment here. This is a new update from Iranian state media IRNA on a bridge attack. The Khorasan bridge on the Bandar Abbas to Bandar Kamir route was hit by enemy projectiles. The Hormozgan province governorate announced, the local government said, during tonight's enemy attacks, the Khorasan bridge on the Bandar Abbas to Bandar Kamir route was hit and targeted. The report indicates that rescue and security forces are present at the scene and the situation is under control. I'm going to post a link again to Vahid's post where he has a video apparently of the bridge that has been struck and what looks like a truck on fire on the bridge, or one of the bridges that have been struck. State media is claiming 2 bridges were struck. Gord the Rogue says, is Karg Island next? Update. We have an update here from Iran State Media Mer. I cannot confirm this. They say number of injured in the attack on, I think that's Allah Akbar Hill neighborhood in Bandar Abbas increases, 1 person killed. Following the attack on the Tapa Allah Akbar neighborhood in Bandar Abbas, emergency and medical teams from the Hormozgan University of Medical Sciences immediately arrived at the scene and began rescue, treatment, and transportation operations for the injured. I don't know what they're saying was hit there. According to a follow-up report released by the Public Relations Department of the Hormozgan University of Medical Sciences, the number of injured in this attack has risen to 8. Of these, 7 sustained injuries due to the explosion. 1 person is being treated for a fracture. The other statement indicates 1 person lost their life during the attack. Again, I don't have information on this. This is in Bandar Abbas, which is on the southern coast of Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. I don't know what they're saying was attacked. This is the Allah Akbar Hill neighborhood. This is in western Bandar Abbas, I believe. It's built on and around a prominent hill, says Gemini. I don't know if I can find this on the map here in Bandar Abbas. It's in the western part. I can't find it right now. There's Bandar Abbas is again a city on the coast near the Strait of Hormuz. Bandar Abbas. Report of strikes near Sirik now. Reports of strikes near Sirik. New strikes, guys. U.S. missiles strike near Sirik. This is about 40 minutes ago. We're just hearing about this now, though, just getting posted now. About 40 minutes ago, areas near Sirik were struck by U.S. missiles. That's on the coast of near the Strait of Hormuz. or on the coast of the Strait of Hormuz. Sirik has been targeted many times. There's Sirik right there. Hold on a moment here. Trying to get you the latest updates. Hey, thanks to Mr. Weskers for your support. Thanks also to Captain Jerry Donnelly. Also, Mr. C USA 18. Thank you. Thanks also, Steffi481. Steffi says, looking at my own map and seeing the correlation between airports and bridges, we are shaping the battle space for invasion of Keshem Island with Bandar Abbas as a backstop. That's what Steffi thinks. She thinks these strikes are trying to shape the battlefield for an invasion. Thank you so much, Steffi481. Thanks, Hannah Love, for your support. Hannah mentions the story that Andy Burnham is expected to be confirmed as the Labour Party leader Friday and appointed by Prime Minister by King Charles on Monday. That is from Fox News. Keir Starmer said, I think a couple weeks ago, that he was stepping down and that would make the next Labour leader the new Prime Minister. Oh, so by the way, I think I see what Quiver Factor was talking about. Quiver Factor claimed that Quiver Factor said that the bridge was around here that had been hit. Lucas Tomlinson from Fox reposted something from this person, Medi H, who claimed it was on the same road over here. So there is here. So there's Bandar Abbas right there. And there is a bridge in the area. Again, I don't know if this is the place. On this road, there is a bridge here over this river. I don't know if that's the bridge there. That I'm not sure about. But that is a bridge. So I'm not sure if that, and that's not that far from Bandar Abbas. So I can't confirm that is the bridge, but it's possible it is. Yes, Crankin says, looks similar to the video. Oh, it's the Shur River, right? We heard the river. Can we look up what the river is? That I'm not sure. Anyways, I'm not going to really worry about it at the moment. I want to get you more updates. Shore River / Shur River. Where's that at? I think it's a long river. I'm not going to worry about this right now. Geolocating this thing. Let's focus on getting you more updates. Oh, breaking update. Update. New news. Breaking update. News alert. News update. Just in from Iran State TV. Moments ago, the Bandar Abbas railway junction was targeted by the American enemy, and 2 of our fellow citizens were injured. Is the U.S. going after more infrastructure tonight? It seems like possibly that is happening. So we're hearing about 1 or more bridges struck, 1 or more airports struck. This says a railway junction. TM says, seems like it. Oh, by the way, Vahid posted a new, is this a new video of the bridge? Iran state media said 2 bridges were attacked in Iran tonight. All right, so we're hearing about a railway junction being attacked. Oh, but hold on. Look at this. This is from Mer News. Different report from Mer News. Now, the other one said railway junction station. Bombing of Bandar Abbas railway station, 2 citizens injured. A few minutes ago, the Bandar Abbas railway junction station was targeted by an attack from the American enemy. According to this report, 2 citizens were injured as a result of the attack. It does seem like maybe the U.S. is going after some infrastructure tonight. Similar report to the other one. Where is the Bandar Abbas Railway Junction Station? That I need to try to find. Gemini says this is not a passenger station. They believe it's a railway junction station that serves as a critical sorting and switching point where freight lines branch off towards the massive Shahid Rajahi port, one of Iran's most vital maritime shipping hubs. Oh, I think I found it here. Hold on a second here. I found it. I found it on Google Maps, apparently. Bandar Abbas Junction Railway Station. So there's Bandar Abbas. I think this is it. I'm not positive. But if you look there, there is it says Bandar Abbas Junction Railway Station on Google Maps. It certainly looks like a major, that's Bandar Abbas is right here. And it does look like a major railway facility there where you see lots of different tracks and stuff. So that it very well might be that. It might be that. I'm not positive. Looks like the right area. Oh, it should be Bandar Abbas. Sorry, Bandar Abbas. The second syllable in Abbas is emphasized. Look, if Iran is going to feel like I think they have to escalate their responses in response to these attacks. Yes. Iran state media has posted a video, guys. Iran state media has posted a video from a bridge that has been attacked. So, again, this is Iran State TV, and I'll try to show you a screen grab of it. It's the same, it's a video we have seen floating around. So, let me do this. Again, this is Iran State TV. I'm just going to show you a screenshot of it so you can get the basic idea. I posted on X. So can you guys see this? See that right there? In that screenshot of the video, you can see there that there is that's a bridge, right? But the middle part of the bridge is missing. They say images of airstrikes on two bridges in Bandar Kamir, the Gria Bridge. And then I think here we can see at one point, where is it? I think that's a vehicle on fire there. It's kind of hard to make out right there, but you can clearly see the bridge. Looks like, I don't know if one of the parts of the bridge is collapsed maybe, but you can't go over it now. There's a big gap. There's a big gap in the bridge. This is Iran State Media posted this video. Same one that Vahid posted and others have posted. And then here's an update about the railway junction. The railway junction station in Bandar Abbas. Look at this. The 10 moments ago, the Bandar Abbas railway junction was targeted by the American enemy and 2 of our fellow citizens were injured. The 10-kilometer junction station is located west of Bandar Abbas and serves as the connection point for the railway line to the Shahid Rajai port, which is a very important port we were just reading, in the Bandar Abbas Railway. And again, I believe it is this. I believe this is it says there on Google Maps, Bandar Abbas Railway Junction Station. So there's Bandar Abbas, and I believe this is the facility that was hit, according to state media. Oh, Vahid posted also another picture of the bridge collapsed. One of the bridges that has been hit. Reportedly, 2 have been hit. But Vahid did post I don't know if he has posted that on his X account yet. Yes, it's on his X account. I'm going to post a link here. I'm posting a link in the chat to Vahid's post with a picture of a bridge said to be destroyed by a U.S. airstrike. I just posted the link. Ali BK posted the same photo too. I don't know who originally took the photo, but Ali BK has the same photo as well. Anyways, the bridge is collapsed. Breaking update from Fars state media Iran. Here is what they are saying now about the 2 bridge attacks. Alleged 2 bridge attacks. Here is from Fars state media. Details of the American enemy's attack on bridges in Comer County, 2 martyrs and 4 injured. Hormozgan Province Governorate, this is the local government, following the continuation of the aggressive attacks by the U.S. on Hormozgan Province. Unfortunately, in addition to the Kevarstan Bridge, the Geriyu Bridge on the province's main roads has also been hit. According to reports received from rescue and medical centers, 2 of our fellow citizens have been killed and 4 have been injured in these attacks. The road from Bandar Abbas to Comer Talar is completely closed, and the Kashar to Kevarstan road is also closed. We urge all honorable people of Hormozgan province to strictly avoid any travel on the aforementioned routes and surrounding areas, and to use alternative routes to allow rescue, security, and fire departments to operate. Rescue, security, and military forces are present at the scene, and necessary measures are being taken. Iran state media Fars two dead, 4 injured. Oops, hold on. Got another report, but let me just get this out. In U.S. attacks on 2 bridges Now, a new report of an attack just in. I mean, this has been ongoing for, I think, a couple hours now. Lots of U.S. strikes tonight, more than we normally hear about, and also infrastructure being targeted, like bridges and railway junctions, a railway junction, one or more airports. Enemy attack by the U.S. on a location near the city of Bostan. Khuzestan province, a location near the city of Bostan, was attacked by the enemy of the United States a few minutes ago. The matter is being investigated by the relevant authorities, and further updates will be provided later. Now, where is that? It's in Khuzestan province, Bostan. Give me a moment. I found it. There is Bostan. So recent new strikes reported recently in Bostan, in Iran, which is north of the west end of the Persian Gulf in Khuzestan province. Iran State TV has posted an image of a bridge in Khahorstan, a bridge that connected Bandar Abbas to Shiraz. And just so you can see, this is Iran State TV. They say that's what the bridge looks like now. That's Iran State TV. IRIB posted that photo of that bridge. Hey, a quick thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate it. Beth Mythical is moderating right now. Roberts May Queen is moderating right now. Thank you. Also, we have moderating on Facebook Paul Anderson, Kay Lowry Body. By the way, thanks to William Bowser as well. Thanks, William, for the Facebook stars. And Darlene Carrick and Laverne Thompson, thanks for the Facebook stars. Also, Shannon Davis Hughes is moderating on Facebook. Andrea Holder, Paul Anderson, I really appreciate it. On Twitch, DeBears, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai, 3 McBritches. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you. Thanks also, Jaycon, for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks also to I Am Charlie for your support. Stephen Longstaff for being a member. Diane Cellini for the gift membership. Thank you so much. J-Bucks, thanks so much for the gift memberships. J-Bucks. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. Also, Abdullah Al-Shi 7I, who is from Ras Al Khaimah, Iran. Thanks, and is now, I guess, in the UAE. Thank you, Abdullah Al-Shay. And also thanks to Thomas P0419 for more memberships. Thanks, Thomas, for all the memberships. That's really nice of you. Oh, I'm sorry. I messed up. Abdullah Al-Sheh is from the UAE. Ras Al Khaimah is in the UAE, and that's where Abdullah Al-Shi is from. Thank you, Abdullah. I really appreciate that. Watching all the way from the UAE, I appreciate that. now. So Iran state media claims that 2 bridges have been hit in Iran, that at least that 1 or 2 airports has been hit, that a railway junction near Bandar Abbas has been hit. Plus also strikes in many places, in many locations reported in Iran as well. We are getting you the latest updates here. Hang on, just checking a couple things here. Brews and Hounds thinks Trump is ramping up the war and destruction as talking points for tonight's speech. That's what Brews and Hounds says. Now, all the reports I've seen say he's going to talk about the election stuff tonight. I'm not aware he's going to talk about war stuff, but we'll have to see. He's supposed to speak at 9. We'll show that when it happens here. I'm guessing we'll still be on the air. Either way, we'll show it. We'll be on the air for it, but guessing we'll probably just keep the stream going. Oh, you know what? Give me 2 seconds here. I need to do something. Okay, now. Here is an update on the U.S. attack, apparently on a railway junction, the Bandar Abbas railway junction. Here is what Fars, Iran state media, says about that. The American enemy attacked the Bandar Abbas railway junction. This is from the local government, Hormuz gone. Governorate. Around midnight, the Bandar Abbas railway junction station was targeted by the American enemy, and unfortunately, 2 of our compatriots were injured in this incident and sent to medical centers. The station was not located near residential areas, and fortunately, there was not much damage to the infrastructure, they say. Rescue and fire teams immediately arrived at the scene, and necessary measures are being taken to contain the situation. The honorable people of Hormozgan province are requested to remain calm and collected, and to refrain from approaching the railway station in unnecessary travel in this area, so that relief forces can perform their duties more quickly. I don't know. We're hearing about this railway station being hit, a couple of bridges being hit, 1 or 2 airports being hit. How much of this is the Trump administration trying to send a warning and saying, like, if you don't agree to our demands soon, we're going to do a lot more of this? I don't know. Now, they say there's not much damage to the infrastructure. That I'm not sure of. Again, and I believe that this railway junction is right here. There is Bandar Abbas here on the Strait of Hormuz, and there, I think, is the railway junction there. Give me a moment here. DMR, our viewers, says Trump is the greatest of all time. He knows what he is doing. Sandy Doggo says, I don't think the USA will make Iran submit with airstrikes. It ain't happening. Bobby Newman says, give a taste before the meal. Toe Biden says, we have to finish the fight. Wall Street says, Iran hasn't made a single concession. That's the main problem. Tom thinks the IRGC is holding the entire country hostage. Bob Swagger thinks Trump's war is failing. Mr. Fish says, so it's War Crimes Day? Yay, such a proud day for all you Americans. Mark thinks preparing for ground assault. Iran state media claims American radars were targeted in Kuwait near the Qasr base. Look, we've seen this time after time after time. When the U.S. launches strikes on Iran, Iran then, at least in the last month or so, Iran launches drones and missiles at surrounding countries and says they are targeting U.S. military targets in those countries. So I would certainly expect to see that happen again. I don't know if Iran's response will be any different this time because of the nature of the U.S. strikes today. Now, by the way, I am aware that, hang on, I need a second. I need 2 seconds here. At 6:45 Eastern, in an hour and a half, SpaceX is supposed to launch the next test flight of Starship. So I'll, I'll try to show that if something urgent isn't happening, I kind of have to just see how it's going with that. So I'll try to show coverage of that. I mean, I'll have the video, but we'll have to see how things are going with this. Hang on. John Rocker thinks Iran will never surrender, and this is becoming a waste of money. Thank you, by the way, Sasiad. Thank you, Sasiad from Poland. I really appreciate that. Your suggestion has been noted. Sasiad, thank you. Also, Ed Weeby, thanks for the membership. Ed, thank you, Flight Clips on my cell phone, for your support. Thank you, James Oakes. James Oakes gave 10 of you memberships. That's really nice of you, James. Please thank James if you got a membership from James, or Thomas PO419 if you got a membership from Thomas. Thank you so much. Also, Corey H., our new member, thank you. Also, GG Gamers. Thank you, GG Gamers, for your support. GG Gamers says, saying the U.S. is committing war crimes is an oxymoron. It assumes everyone has the violence necessary to bring the U.S. armed forces to account. Also, hey, a real big thanks to KC Steve. That is very generous of you. KC Steve, very kind of you. And I really appreciate that, KC Steve. And also, I got to say, KC Steve just gave 50 people in the YouTube chat memberships. So if you're one of those 50 people, that's a lot, who just got a membership from KC Steve, please reach out and thank KC Steve in the chat. I really appreciate that, KC Steve. Very kind of you. Thanks for your generous support of the channel. And thanks for giving all those memberships. Very nice of KC Steve. Now, where is my, hold on, I am missing something that I need. Let me get it back on the screen here. You know, I had a clock, and it's for some reason I took it off. Well, I'll put it back up. You'll see it in a second. It's 12:51 a.m. Iran time. Iran State TV claims that Iran State TV says Iraqi sources, an Iranian drone targets a U.S. missile launching platform in Erbil, Iraq. I'm not sure if that's true. It may be true. Erbil is the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. Hang on a moment. So we've heard about 2 bridges hit, according to Iranian state media, 1 or 2 airports hit, and a railway junction hit near Bandar Abbas. The Isfahan airport is the one that apparently has been hit. I'm just going back over the reports from today. Isfahan. I'm sorry. That my brain stopped working. Iran Shah Airport, not Isfahan Airport. Iran Shah Airport is the one I wanted to say. I showed you a report from state media that said Iran Shah Airport had been hit. Vahid had gotten reports of that as well. So here, right here. This is from earlier. Sorry, I got to pull this up for you. There, right there. Enemy air attack on Iran Shah Airport. Local sources report 3 explosions were heard near the airport and at least 1 enemy projectile, believed to be of American or air origin, struck Iran Shah Airport. That's in southeastern Iran. There is what it looks like. Iran Shah Airport has 1 runway, you can see. It is near Iran Shah. It was in Iran Shah, and it is in southeastern Iran. Iran Shah Airport. Joe Seals. Hey, Joe, that's really nice of you. And Eli and Ben, if you're watching. Hey, Joe Seals, thanks for all your support, Joe. Joe from Right Side. Thank you, Joe Seals. Also, very kind of Joe. Lone 49 Wolf, thanks for the memberships. Please thank Lone 49 Wolf if you got a membership from them. Thanks, Lone 49 Wolf. Also, our member, Aaron Dooley. Aaron says, why only 2 bridges hit, surely a way around 2? Yeah, so as I was saying earlier, I do think maybe some of this tonight is the U.S. sending some sort of message, and they hit, 2 bridges and 1 airport and 1 railway junction, and the implied message is, we're going to do more of this. If you don't agree to our demands, that certainly could be part of it. I don't know for sure, but that could be part of this. I have an update here from CENTCOM. CENTCOM says, U.S. Marines from the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit conduct a verification boarding on the ship MT Wen Yao in the Gulf of Oman today. As of today, American forces have redirected 3 commercial vessels trying to run the blockade on Iran, disabled 1 that didn't comply, and boarded 1, which you're seeing, to ensure full compliance with the ongoing naval blockade against Iran. The Strait of Hormuz and the surrounding waters, they say, remain free and open. That's what the U.S. claims, although the numbers transiting the strait are way down from before the war. And they say, and also remember also that Iran has attacked numerous ships in the last couple weeks in the strait, in trying to go through the strait. The Strait of Hormuz and the surrounding waters remain free and open, except for vessels attempting to violate America's steel wall blockade, says CENTCOM. And here is this video they posted here from CENTCOM. CENTCOM posted a video, I guess, of this boarding of a ship to make sure they weren't violating the blockade. I don't know if there's music on. I can't play the music. So that was the video of the boarding. That's from CENTCOM. We're bringing you the latest updates here. Oh, as our viewer mentioned, some new reports. As our viewer mentioned, who mentioned it? Someone just mentioned this. Whoever talked about Vahid in the chat mentioned, oh yeah, our viewer, Nima Kim, said, yes, Vahid is reporting new explosions reported in Bushehr. That's according to Vahid online. About 5 minutes ago, within the last 5 minutes, reports of multiple explosions, according to Vahid. People say 4, 6, some people say 10. A number of people say 10 explosions or more. This is in the last 5 minutes or so in Bushehr. We have people reporting around 10 or more explosions and possibly a naval base being attacked. So this is just in from Vahid. Just in from Vahid. Reports from Iran via at Vahid of 10 or more explosions in Bushehr in the last few minutes, possibly involving well, I don't want to say that. It's possibly involving an attack on a naval base, but multiple people say 10 or more explosions. That's in Bushehr. Hang on. Multiple reports from Iran via Vahid of 10 or more explosions in Bushehr in the last few minutes. So people say some people say 12 explosions. And again, these were reported about 6-7 minutes ago, a lot of them. One person says their house shook. One person said you can see smoke from the naval base. So we'll have to see if we hear more about that. But again, multiple people telling Vahid 10 or more explosions. We'll have to see what else we hear about Bushehr. That's on the Strait of Hormuz, Bushehr. Oops. Give me a moment here. I gotta fix this. Bushehr, right on the coast of the Persian Gulf. I don't know where exactly. Some people claim there was a naval base that might have been hit. They list a naval base here. Bushehr Naval Base. Doesn't come up. So that I don't know. There's also a nuclear plant in Bushehr. The Bushehr nuclear power plant. Haven't heard about anything happening to that. That's the one operational civilian nuclear power plant in Iran. Hey, thanks so much to Aaron Dooley, who gave 10 people memberships. Please thank Aaron if you got a membership from Aaron Dooley. Also, Chucky Leary, thanks for being a member. WGS Mercator, thanks for being a member. If you're just joining us, intense attacks by the U.S. tonight in Iran. It's the sixth straight night of attacks, but 2 bridges have apparently been hit, and a railway junction, the railway junction near Bandar Abbas, also Iran Shah Airport. So looks like some infrastructure targets have been hit, and we've been talking about strikes for like a couple hours now. Remember also that the Wall Street Journal did report yesterday that President Trump was leaning towards expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. The Wall Street Journal said that President Trump had hosted a situation room meeting on Tuesday night and discussed the potential seizure of Karg Island and other territory along the Strait of Hormuz that would require U.S. troops. Also, the potential bombing of the Iranian nuclear complex under a mountain called Pickaxe Mountain, and also possibly expanding airstrikes against energy sites and other new targets. So again, Wall Street Journal says Trump is leaning toward expanding U.S. military operations in Iran. Yes, we will be covering the Trump speech tonight, but I don't know if it'll be on this stream or a different stream. I just don't know yet. We'll have to see. That's at 9 o'clock. That's in 3 hours and 21 minutes. Thanks to RTML Ariel for subscribing on Twitch. Kindra Fox, thanks for your support on Twitch. Also, shout out to our Twitch subscribers, people like Mudmore and Wall Street and Crankin' That and Shaggy and Billy Joe and Beatnik Bandit, Midtown Mike, Seed Music, SDF DSV, Justin D. Winters. Appreciate all of our subscribers there. Douthis, thank you for subscribing. Thanks for scrubbing. Thanks for subscribing. Also, shout out to our YouTube members, people like Jesse James, Sarcasm BTC, Evelyn in Maine, D. Cates, Michael Avery, Aaron Dooley, Roy Bacon, TM, 816, Zinkman, Steve Graham, Buckeye Boys, Evelyn in Maine, Paul Grogan, Shackled Text, Texas Frontier, Cogito, the one and only, Frosty McMuggins, and all of our other members over there. Ewan Dude, Jay Atria, Wisconsin Steve, Sabra, Zinkman, thank you. No sort of statement yet from the U.S. military or from President Trump about about the bridges few bridges that have apparently been hit, or the airport or the railway junction. Nothing yet. I don't know if we'll get a statement about it. Waiting to hear more about Boucher. To repeat, about 15 or 20 minutes ago, Vahid online reports that multiple people reported 10 or more explosions in Boucher. So I don't know what's going on. We'll have to wait and see what we hear about Boucher. I am just checking updates here. And I don't know also if there's some sort of, a railway junction near Bandar Abbas was bombed, right? And we talked about uh, how a couple of bridges, which I think both of them apparently leading out of Bandar Abbas have been bombed. We've had some viewers say that they think that what's going on tonight is preparation for some kind of ground operation. I don't know that that's the case, but who knows? Who knows? Hey, thanks, Live Animal, for your support. Thank you, Live Animal. What happened with Netanyahu's visit? Live Animal mentioned that. Oh, Netanyahu postpones trip. I didn't even see this. Hang on a second here. I did not see that today. Netanyahu postpones trip to D.C. Because yesterday it was being reported that that Netanyahu was going to travel Saturday night to meet with Trump. Amit Siegel with N12 News said, it appears Netanyahu will not fly to the United States next week. The official reason, because the funeral service for Senator Graham will be postponed until the end of the month. I don't know if that's the real reason. See if I get you anything more about that. Yes, I-24 News English says Netanyahu has canceled his planned trip to Washington next week, while the official explanation cites scheduling changes. Sources tell I-24 News the decision was also influenced by failed efforts to secure a meeting with President Trump and growing tensions over Iran policy within the administration. For whatever that's worth. So multiple outlets reporting that the Prime Minister's office has postponed the trip to the U.S. His office said that, by the way. From what news is reporting. Hang on. Update. Confirmation of U.S. attack on Bushehr. Remember about 20 minutes ago, Vahid said he had gotten reports in of 10 or more explosions in Bushehr. So I can tell you now that Iran state media is now reporting Bushehr was targeted, look at this, U.S. enemy air attack on Bushehr. Around 1 a.m., Bushehr was targeted by enemy air attacks. The exact locations of strikes are not yet known. This is about 17 minutes ago. This report just came out, but they're saying this happened about 17 minutes ago. That's from Fars State Media. Hey, thanks, David Ferriello, for the gift memberships. Thank you so much, David Ferriello. Also, Israel Bishop. Thank you, Israel, for the gift memberships. And Live Animal for your support. Live Animal thinks the U.S. is getting obsessed with Cuba again. The same pattern happened just before the last ceasefire. Thanks, Live Animal. Make sure you, and thanks, Joe Gray, for being a member. Make sure you thank Israel or David if you got a membership from them. Andrew Schlegel and Octavia, thank you. Also, Michigan Blunder. Michigan Blunder thinks without an army on the ground, this never ends. Also, thanks to 7.62. Thank you, 7.62. Trouble with the Trees, our member. Shackle Text, our member. Thank you. Southern Gent Phil, thanks for your support. Did I thank WGS Mercator? I don't think I did. WGS Mercator, thanks for being a member. Thanks again, Aaron Dooley, for the memberships, and Chuck Leary for being a member. Okay, we're checking for updates here. Iran State Media Mayor also pointed out, talked about Bushehr, but not much information there either. Several explosions occur in Bushehr. Several explosions were heard in parts of Bushehr. Moments ago, the sound of several explosions were heard there, but there has been no official comment on that. Bluebird Softball Cookie thinks, unfortunately, it is just getting started. Addicted to Learning says, I hope this ends soon. Bin Shabab thinks today is a big war start. Jesse James thinks they'll have to do a ground invasion eventually. Oh, hold on a second here. First of all, power outage in parts of Kish Island. Look at this, guys. This is from Tasneem. Power outage in parts of Kish Island, Hormozgan Province Governorate. Following tonight's attacks by the U.S. on Kish Island, a power substation experienced a problem. Was it targeted? I don't know. Resulting in a power outage in a small area. Power will be restored to this area soon. The situation in Kish is currently stable. There are no further issues. I'll show you where that is. Again, I don't know if that substation was targeted or not. Let me show you where that is. Kish Island is, it's either in or near the Strait of Hormuz, I believe. Is it over here? That's greater. Now I forget. Now I forget which one it is. Which one is it? That's Greater Toombi. Now I just forget. Oh, Kish is up here. Okay, there's Kish. Actually, a little bit to the west of the Strait of Hormuz, it seems like. There's Kish right there. Kish Island. Oh, isn't Kish like... Kish is like a resort island, I believe. Although who knows what other purposes they use it for. But I believe Kish is known as a resort island. But there were some attacks on Kish. I think it was yesterday or the day before. Resort Island and Persian Gulf. So some power is out there. Then also, you know, I have not, all the reporting I've seen except for this one report says 2 bridges were attacked. Tasneem made a post that said 3 bridges in Iran had been attacked tonight. I haven't seen that anywhere else, and I don't know what this 3rd bridge supposedly is. They say, according to information received by Tasneem's reporter, 3 bridges in Comer County have been targeted. But I haven't seen, the other reports say 2, so I don't know if that's some sort of error or something. It can't all be correct in terms of exact numbers. But as we've talked about, Iran state media had said one of the bridge was targeted while vehicles were traveling on the bridge, and as a result of the missile impact, people were thrown off the bridge. One person was reported killed and several others injured. In the Kharistan district, power outages have been reported in some areas, and mobile phone service has also been disrupted. The most important of these bridges that was hit connects Bandar Abbas to Lar in Fars province, located in the Kharistan district. A new update, new attack reported. New attack reported here from Fars State Media. Deputy Governor of Loristan. A short while ago, the American enemy attacked a location in the Visian district of the Chagnez County. So another attack reported. That's in Loristan. Now, Luristan that's in the western part of the country. Vizian district? I don't know where that is. Looks like a different spelling. Try to figure it out. Oh, Vazian, maybe. I found it. Vazian, Iran. So there's Vazian, a city in Luristan district. I don't know why something in that area is being struck, but Iran is reporting new attack by the U.S. in the area of Vazian, which is in western Iran. Oh, Iran state media correspondent reports that electricity has been cut off to Iran Shah Airport. Live report from Iran State TV correspondent at the Iran Shah Airport following the attack by the American enemy. The fire has been contained in the areas that were affected. The airport's electricity has been cut off, but no casualties, fortunately, have been reported. So Iran State TV says electricity has been cut off at Iran Shah Airport following U.S. attack. Chris N says probably hit a power pole or transformer. And here is more about the power outage. You know, as part of what's going on tonight, is the U.S. striking power infrastructure too? I don't know. We've heard of we've heard of an airport hit, 2 bridges, a railway junction. We've heard of some power outages, like on Kish. Power outages in parts of Kish Island due to power substation issue, says FARS. Iran State Media. A local government says a power station on Kish Island is experiencing issues causing a power outage in a small area which will be resolved soon. There has been no attacks on Kish Island. They say there's been no attack on Kish Island. That's weird because the other report we saw from state media said following tonight's attacks on Kish Island. 2 different reports. The Tasnim report said that the local government said following tonight's attacks by the U.S. on Kish Island, a power substation experienced a problem. This report from FARS says a power substation is experiencing issues, causing a power outage in a small area. There has been no attack on Kish Island. I don't know what to make of that. Someone's lying, says Crankin. Sativa says it's common to lose power after a big fire. Update about the attack on Bushehr. Vahid said that that he was hearing 10 or more explosions. People were telling him 10 or more explosions in Bushehr, Iran. Deputy Governor Boucher was attacked by the enemy again. And then we heard about this. This happened about an hour ago. This attack happened. The political security and social deputy of the governor of Boucher said a few minutes ago, for the second time in a row in the past few hours. Well, I don't know if this is new or from an hour ago. My guess is that this is about the one an hour ago. A few minutes ago, for the second time in a row in the past few hours, the city of Boucher was attacked by the American enemy. The dimensions and further details of this incident are still under investigation and will be updated if necessary. That is a post from IRNA, Iran State Media. Toilet Brush says, Iran are not going to fold. When will this mess ever end? Susan Montaro says, remove the IRGC. Thanks to Hell of a Time, our member. Thank you so much, Hell of a Time. I appreciate it. Thanks, Lordoc from the UAE. Thank you, Lordoc, for your support. Thanks so much to Joe Gray for the gift memberships. Joe gave 10 people memberships. That's really nice of you, Joe. Thanks so much for your support. Thanks also, Oxytropis, for your support on Twitch, and RTML Ariel for subscribing, and Kendra Fox for your support on Twitch. All right, hang on a moment here. The launch window for the SpaceX launch opens in 40 minutes. So I'll have the video for that. So we'll probably just put it on to have it on and keep an eye on it. The SpaceX Starship launch test flight. But we're going to still focus on Iran. PW360 says, could Netanyahu not be going to Washington because Israel and the U.S. are about to do a joint operation? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Thanks, PW360. Again, Netanyahu canceled plans to come to the U.S. to meet with Trump. According to I-24 News English, they say while the official explanation cites scheduling changes, sources tell I-24 News the decision was also influenced by failed efforts to secure a meeting with President Trump and growing tensions over Iran policy within the administration. I don't know what's really, I have no idea what's going on, but maybe that's it. Our viewer, Klishtov, says, I am a former IDF officer, he says. He says, I wanted to help you understand what you call the same thing happening every night. Well, what I've said is that generally speaking, the strikes are similar every night. He says, the U.S. announces its attack times and endings for a purpose. Its target selection is also for a purpose. The U.S. attacks are suppressing Iran's ability to fire cruise missiles at ships and operate speedboats. The U.S. is moving traffic to the strait while those attacks are on the coast and islands are taking place. That's what, I don't know that that's true. Our viewer thinks that during these attacks, that's when ships are being moved through the Strait of Hormuz. It's an interesting theory. I don't know if that's true. Because sometimes these attacks go on for what, 5, 6, 7 hours? Is that enough time for the ships to move through the strait? That I don't know. Given how fast they go? But who knows? Or maybe there's a specific area they're being moved through. I don't know. Our viewer Klishtov thinks the occasional strategic strike is made against specific infrastructure, but the bulk of the attacks are to suppress Iran's ability to operate against maritime traffic. I mean, the stated goal of these attacks has been for weeks to keep Iran from attacking ships in the strait. As I will point out, numerous analysts and articles I have read have said that the U.S. and Iran are both clearly limiting their attacks and holding back on their attacks. And, you know, as an example, just one example, I mean, this is not... seen this in lots of places. The Economist had an article a couple days ago, and they say, for now, both sides are limiting their attacks. America is mostly striking southern Iran. In turn, Iran has not attacked civilian infrastructure in the Gulf. So I do think there could be a performative aspect to all this, where both sides are just attacking to have it on record that they're attacking, but they're just limiting their attacks. Tonight seems a bit different because tonight we're hearing about a railway. Well, we've heard about an airport being attacked, a couple bridges being attacked. Now, you might say, well, maybe those are things that are helping Iran attack ships. Maybe so, but we haven't been hearing about that kind of stuff the last few weeks for the most part. 2 bridges, a railway junction, and an airport all being attacked tonight. So again, it's an interesting theory. I cannot speak to that theory. I will say, if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, if we just do some distances here, oops, now somehow I set off my phone. But if you just look at distances here, if a ship is going to go around through the Strait of Hormuz, what are we talking about here? If it takes the southern route, from here to here is 57 miles. From there to there is... that would be 73 total. That's 90 total. You know, so maybe 100 miles or so just to go from there to there around the southern route. So I don't know. It's an interesting theory. I don't know that these ships are moving through at night while the attacks are happening, but it's an interesting theory from our viewer. Thanks for sharing and writing in, Klishtov. All right, now bring me a moment here. We have more explosions reported in Iran. More explosions reported in Iran. Look at this. Mer News, 4 minutes ago. The sound of successive explosions was heard in Bandar Lenge. On Friday morning, the sound of several explosions was heard in parts of Bandar Lenge, causing concern among the city's citizens. According to initial reports, the explosions occurred in succession, and official details about the cause of the incident, the exact location of the incident, and the possibility of damage or possible casualties have not yet been released. That is also in southern Iran. Bandar Lenge, which is kind of near Bandar Abbas and Keshem Island. Well, it's a little bit away from Bandar Abbas. About, 100, 200 miles away from Bandar Abbas? Roughly 100 miles away from Bandar Abbas. Bandar Lenge. That is on the water there. So reports of explosions there. Frosty McMuggins thinks all the explosions heard in Iran are hitting targets, whereas the areas that the IRGC attack most are interceptions. That's what Frosty thinks. Oh, also about the reported power issue in Kish Island. I want to show you this report. Technical defect in Kish Island's electricity distribution network fixed. Kish Water and Electricity Engineering Company. The blackout in the Nobaniad 1 area, which occurred due to a technical failure in part of the electricity distribution network, has been completely resolved with the efforts of technical teams. After repair and troubleshooting operations, the power distribution network in this area has returned to normal and electricity has been restored to subscribers. Now, earlier, Iran state media Tasnim had said that there were attacks on Kish Island, but other Iranian media has said there was no attacks on Kish Island tonight. So I don't know who to believe. But multiple outlets there reported that power had gone out, but they say they fixed it on Kish Island. Zajaka, our viewer, says, knew it was unrelated. It was a small area. Again, I just don't know. Breaking news. Breaking news. New update here. Update from Fars Media. You know, we heard about an attack in Bushehr about an hour ago with apparently 10 or more explosions, according to Vahid Online. Well, look at this. News update. According to Fars News, Iran, oh no, that's not it. According to Fars News, Iran, enemy missile attack on air and naval bases in Bushehr. Deputy Governor of Bushehr, in the attack that occurred minutes ago in Bushehr, several American missiles struck an air base and naval base in Bushehr. I think this is the one from like an hour ago. So again, there's the deputy governor says several American missiles struck an air base and a naval base in Bushehr. So, I don't know what the damage was there, but we had heard about this report about an hour and 15 minutes ago of a large number of explosions in Bushehr. And now we're hearing Iran state media say that the deputy governor says, in an attack that occurred, again, I think this was the one from like an hour ago, several American missiles struck an air base and a naval base in Bushehr. I don't know if these bases were occupied at the time. I don't know what kind of damage was done. It's possible that these kind of targets are targets that the U.S. has not been hitting. Although a couple days ago, I think it was 2 days ago, apparently the U.S. struck a army base in Iran, in Bampur, I think it was. ELEX says bridges power military bases, airports. They may have pushed the tiger too far into the corner. Fars also says there are reports of explosions in Kuwait. That they claim a drone hit an American target in Kuwait. I would not be, again, it's pretty standard these days that when the U.S. attacks Iran, Iran will fire drones and missiles at what they say are U.S. targets in surrounding countries. Hang on, give me a moment. Um, Mer News Iran says Iraqi sources say electricity has been cut off in most areas of Erbil. Erbil is the capital of Iraqi Kurdistan. So possibly, we've been hearing some reports in Iranian media tonight of possible Iranian attacks on Erbil. Well, they say explosions there or electricity getting cut off. It seems like maybe Iranian attacks there. Oh, this seems new. I think this is new. Look at this. Bushehr governor announces another U.S. attack on Bushehr, targeting two more locations moments ago. I think that might be new. That's from Iran State TV. Again, we haven't reported in Iranian media that a naval base and an air base in Bushehr were hit by U.S. missiles. This is a new report from Iran state media saying Bushehr governor announces another U.S. attack on Bushehr, targeting two more locations moments ago. Remember, Bushehr is on the Persian Gulf, on the coast of the Persian Gulf. Yeah, this pace of attacks, I mean, basically the entire time on the year, we've been hearing about new attacks, give or take, which is more than normally happens. It seems like the pace has stepped up. They've widened the range of targets as well. There's Bushehr right there. There's the Strait of Hormuz. The SpaceX launch. Oh, what I'm going to do here is we're going to keep an eye on the SpaceX launch. It's the best way to do this. The SpaceX Starship test flight. Give me a moment here. We'll keep an eye on that. We might go to it when it actually is happening. But maybe I can throw it on in a corner of the screen. Give me one moment. Try to get everything on the screen. You can see, whoa. You can see here the SpaceX video is, it says 2039. So we're keeping an eye on the SpaceX Starship too. We'll cut in and give you some coverage of that too. We're focusing on Iran right now. But I'll keep an eye on the SpaceX. You know, we'll when it's going to take off, we'll have some coverage of that. When it's gonna launch in 20 minutes. All right, so we will have. I'll put that on the screen when it happens. But some intense strikes by Iran tonight. By the way, I keep getting this question and I don't want to keep interrupting the broadcast. So if somebody in the chat asks if we're going to cover Trump's speech, please tell them, do me a favor, it would be great if you say, yes, he said we're going to. It'll either be on this stream or another stream. I don't know if we'll still be doing this stream. Maybe we'll do it on a separate stream. But I can't keep answering it every time it's asked because it gets asked I would be just constantly giving the same answer. So please, if somebody could tell people in the chat when they ask that we will be covering that, that would be great. Thank you. Jennifer Griffin with Fox News. She just reposted Matt Tardio, who is a podcast host, who claims that the U.S. military is cutting off Bandar Abbas from outside support. 2 bridges in the vicinity of Bandar Abbas have been hit tonight. Also, a Bandar Abbas railway junction has been hit. Again, as we talked about before, I'm not sure that this is intended to set something up, what's going on tonight. We'll have to see. But, I mean, Jennifer Griffin reposted it. So she seems to think there might be something to this. We were talking about this earlier. Some of our viewers were saying similar things. Again, I don't know. By the way, just so you can see it, here is we're keeping an eye on the SpaceX Starship launch too. They're doing a test flight of the spacecraft and the space launch vehicle that SpaceX has been developing. This is the 13th test flight. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to show you the launch in about 16 minutes if it happens on time. Okay. So definitely keeping an eye on that. Oh, I should just post in the chat. I'm sorry, I forgot about this. I could have just posted something about we'll cover Trump's speech. Yeah, I'm just going to put it in the chat and pin in the chat. Good idea. If the mods can on Twitch and Facebook can pin it in the chat, that would be great. I'll pin it on YouTube. By the way, thanks to PVC Swede for your support, God Frieza for your support. Are they going to report strikes in Tehran CBD? I have not heard of any strikes in Tehran today, God Frieza. Thank you, God Frieza, for your support. PVC Swede, thanks for shouting out the mods. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. Do you think there might be a connection between Netanyahu not going to USA and rumors of the USA going against the Hague Court? I'm not sure what you're saying. Now, I don't know what rumors you're talking about. I mean, so the International Criminal Court at one point put out a warrant for Netanyahu's arrest, but I can't see a world in which that's something that the Trump administration tries to enforce. So if that's what you're asking about, but I'm not aware of any kind of new reporting on the U.S. and the International Criminal Court that would have some sort of impact on Netanyahu's trip to the U.S. Like that's my answer to your question. Is I'm not aware of any kind of reporting on this. Time magazine had a story a couple days ago saying the State Department has launched a campaign to dismantle the International Criminal Court over what Secretary of State Rubio called a threat to American sovereignty. But I don't know why that would have an impact on Netanyahu coming to the U.S. If anything, you'd think that make it more likely that they wouldn't enforce an ICC warrant. But I mean, Netanyahu's already come to the U.S. before while Trump was president in his second term, and there wasn't any issue. Anyways, thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, for your support. I'm sorry if I'm misinterpreting your question. Thank you, Boogeyman Genetics, for your support and for suggesting, that we put that in the chat about the Trump speech so people have their answer. Also, Vincent Dr. Prepper Boyle, thanks for being a member. Vincent Dr. Prepper Boyle. Also, hell of a time. Yes, so Hell of a Time points out that Reuters has an article. I'm not reading too much into this, but just so you know, thanks for mentioning this, Hell of a Time, and thanks for your support. Iran tells Houthis to close Red Sea gateway if U.S. hits power network, sources say. Iran has asked Yemen's Houthi movement to stand ready to close the Red Sea oil route if the U.S. strikes Iranian power infrastructure, three sources told Reuters on Thursday, posing a potent new threat to global energy supplies. The idea has been discussed within Iran's leadership, and the message has been conveyed to Iran's Houthi allies. Two Iranian sources said. The sources said the Houthis had been informed recently of Tehran's request, which has not been previously reported. So a couple things here. First of all, there has always been this threat during this war that the Houthis could start attack shipping and try to stop shipping getting out of the Red Sea. That's where, for example, where Saudi Arabia is now basically shipping its oil out of because it can't ship it out of the Strait of Hormuz the way it did before. Anyways, that's not a new threat. That threat has been there. There's been this question of whether the Houthis would do this, and whether, they've been holding back from doing it, or whether Iran has held it back as a threat. So also, I would think, regardless of this article, that if the U.S. was starting to hit Iranian power plants, that will be seen as a huge escalation by Iran. And one of the things that would be thought to be on the table is something like this. So that's not a big surprise. This is also something that this could be put out there by Iran as a way to dissuade the U.S. from hitting the power network. So it's an interesting article. I don't know that this is some big new thing. And there's questions as to how much control over Iran has over the Houthis. They certainly support the Houthis. So if it were true that Iran had never asked the Houthis to do this before, and had complete control over the Houthis, and was making this new request of them, that would be significant. I don't know that that's the case. So this has been this question during the war as whether the Houthis would do something. A source close to the Houthis said the group had completed preparations to attack shipping by deploying missiles and drones near Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Any threat to the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb Great Gateway risks hugely exacerbating the global energy crisis triggered by Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and underscores the explosive risks stemming from a new round of warfare. Yeah, and just to show you this here. By the way, a significant amount of Gulf oil has been diverted to the Red Sea through a Saudi pipeline, and the waterway now carries around 7% of global energy supplies. When the Houthis attacked shipping during the Gaza war, major shipping companies diverted their cargoes to the much longer, more expensive route around Africa. Saudi Arabia has diverted 70% of its energy exports through the Red Sea port of Yanbu. Any direct attacks there would also be a big problem for oil markets. One of the regional sources says Iran's clerical lead rulers were seeking to pressure the U.S. by raising the potential cost to the global economy, threatening Red Sea shipping and the flow of Saudi exports through the waterway, and what the source described as part of Iranian thinking. This source claimed that closing down the Bab al-Mandeb Strait would not be difficult. Anybody with a firing rifle can interrupt the shipping. You don't have to have sophisticated missiles to interrupt the shipping. And again, a reminder, we have the Strait of Hormuz is here. And that Iran has attacked ships in the Strait of Hormuz, much less shipping is going through there. But there's also the Red Sea here. And then next to Yemen, where the Houthis are, you have the narrow Bab al-Mandab Strait, where shipping comes out of the Strait of Hormuz here. In theory, it can go the other way through the Suez Canal. But then if it's going to come back this way, it would have to go all the way around Africa. So again, hey, I really appreciate Hell of a Time. Again, this is one of these articles where I'm not seeing this. I can't tell that this is some big new development. This threat has been there for months. It's been there throughout the war. I would have to think that the U.S. would assume, regardless of this report, that if they were to escalate strikes on Iran, that Houthis trying to close off shipping from the Red Sea would be on the table. So interesting article. Again, that's certainly something that you would look to maybe happen if the U.S. escalates things against Iran. I don't know that the Houthis would do it. We'd have to see. There's been a lot of speculation about the Houthis, about whether they might jump in, and they haven't yet. Uh, 6.5 minutes till the SpaceX launch, by the way. By the way, some other background here is that the Houthis have been fighting with Saudi Arabia recently. In a sign of escalating tensions in the region, the Houthis fired missiles at Saudi Arabia after accusing Saudi Arabia of bombing a Houthi airport under their control on Monday, breaking a 4-year truce in the conflict between the Saudi Arabia and the Houthis. Torbjorn Solvelt, a principal Middle East risk analyst with risk intelligence company Verisk Maplecroft, said the flare-up between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia had come at a bad time. If fighting intensifies and spills over into Red Sea export infrastructure and shipping, it will threaten the only major alternative route for oil exports from the region. So regardless of what goes on with Iran, what they're talking about here is this idea that if Iran and the Houthis, if Saudi Arabia and the Houthis are fighting, right? One way the Houthis could hurt Saudi Arabia is by preventing their ships from going out through the Red Sea and to ship out their oil. They're talking about the possibility that the Houthis could impact shipping in the Red Sea without it even being about Iran. It would just be more about their fighting with Saudi Arabia. So that's a whole other possibility they talk about in the article, which is interesting. Okay. Hey, thanks Hell of a Time for mentioning that article. I really appreciate it. And let's go over real quick. This is a live shot here of the SpaceX Starship launch that's supposed to be coming up. As you can see, 4:55, and this is in Starbase, Texas, and this is via Reuters. So we're going to keep an eye on this as bonus coverage. Hang on a second here. Down here. I don't know where to put this. Put it up here for now, but you can always move it. Or I can put it right there. Okay, so one of the viewers says it's behind. Well, I mean, one thing here is by the time I get it and then send it to you and you get it, if you're watching that, it's gone to me and then back to you. So that could certainly delay it by a little bit. But again, feel free to watch a different feed. But we're going to keep an eye on this. This is the SpaceX Starship. So I'm keeping an eye on, we're doing bonus coverage of the SpaceX Starship launch. And at the same time, keeping you updated on Iran. Let me put the audio on here.
Recently joined. We're planning to deploy 20 of our Starlink V3 satellites. These are real V3s on board. So
and let me just put up here.
We also would like to perform a Raptor in-space relay as well.
That's right. And actually on the screen now, you're seeing an awesome view of our pad and the clouds that you're seeing coming off of our fuel tank farm, all now being used for its second time here for Flight 13.
So again, we're still covering Iran,
Right, so
but I want to show you
the
this
3
live
minute
coverage.
Mark. So we should be closing out prop load on the booster any second now, and then the closeouts on the ship will come just a little bit after that. Again, we're looking a little over 11.5 million pounds of propellant on both of these vehicles. We are not currently tracking any holds on the board, which is always good news. Reminder, we have that built-in hold at T-minus 1 minute. We're only going to stop there if we run into an issue where we need a couple of minutes to hang out. But right now, we have no holds on the board. So,
by the way, I want to mention the Iranian Ministry of Energy in Iran says attacks have caused damage to power lines in Bandar Abbas and surrounding villages. I don't know that power lines have been intentionally attacked by the U.S. or that that's just a result of the attacks on the Bandar Abbas area.
all right, so we are closing the fill drain valves for both vehicles. So we have finished out our propellant loading. 33 Raptor engines right there at the bottom of the booster getting ready to light up. Final wiggle checks happening now. You can see those inner 13 engines moving. Those are the ones that Super Heavy is going to be using to steer, do all its maneuvers. We just got through those. Okay, so we are 1 minute, 20 seconds away, counting down. We're going to listen in. Again, not tracking a hold, so we should move right past T-minus 1 minute.
Bonus
We
coverage
recycle
here
back
of
to
the
it. We'll figure out why,
Starship launch.
and then we'll continue counting down. So let's go. T-minus 1 minute. Let's listen in. Let the rocket do the talking. See if we can get a Starship off the pad today. We did trigger a hold.
Oh, there's a hold now. There's a hold. There's a hold.
So again, we have this hold built in. We've got a couple of checkouts that are going to happen on the vehicle and the pad that we've got to clear. A lot of it's tied to essentially the different pressures that are in the systems that are feeding prop into the vehicles.
SpaceX on social media says they're using this time for final checks. All systems continue to look good for today's flight test. So we are still covering Iran, but giving you bonus coverage of the SpaceX Starship launch. Oh, it's counting down now. All right, the countdown. Here we go. 30 seconds. Oh, hold on. 22 seconds. This is bonus coverage here. We'll get back to Iran in a moment. Uh-oh, what's happening? It didn't go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere. It did not go up.
We did trigger a hold right at startup there. You saw we got a hold on the booster. So stick with us for a second.
I'm seeing abort reported.
So we did trigger a hold on the booster that aborted our liftoff as we were starting to light those Raptor engines. As a reminder, since we already turned the diverter on, we are going to be scrubbed for the day. The team's already starting to pull for offload of both vehicles, so starting to get the prop off.
Scrub for the day.
We'll take a little bit of time to look into what triggered that abort. Usually we'll take some data review for all of our teams. But again, we did abort on the startup of the booster. So we weren't tracking any holds moving in to those final seconds into that final minute. but that is going to be a scrub for the day. So the team's now moving into commodity offload. We're going to take the methane and the oxygen off of both Starship and Super Heavy. So not the end result you're looking for, but we've got vehicle there still on the pad, and they're going to get these commodities offloaded. We'll take some time, dig into what triggered that abort once the booster was igniting to launch, and then we'll figure out what our path forward is going to be. Again, if you're just jumping in, we're not going to be launching today. We got all the way down to startup, triggered a hold on the booster, and that shut down the engines right as they were starting to ignite. All right, so at this point, they're going to get into offload. We're going to get all the methane, all the oxygen off the vehicle, and then we'll figure out next steps. So, no Starship launch today. We'll dig in with the teams, figure out what happened, and figure out when our next attempt is going to be. And obviously, we're going to keep you updated as well. So we'll dig into what our recycle time is, when we're going to be able to try again. Be sure to follow us on X, at SpaceX. We're going to share updates there as soon as more information becomes available and when we can get back for flying. So thanks for tuning in today. Hopefully, we'll be back real soon for Flight 13 and another attempt to get Starship off the pad. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Well, you heard it. We were watching, waiting for the launch, and it got down to T-0. So it was liftoff time, and there was a hold triggered on the booster, they said. Now, one of our viewers says, watch SpaceX stock tomorrow, Bruno Melanson. This is the first launch of SpaceX Starship that they have attempted after my brain has stopped working after the stock went public. The IPO, thank you. Sorry, my brain stopped working. This is the first one. So, although I don't know, is there after hours trading going on of the stock? Let's see. I'll look right now and see. I'll let you know what SpaceX posts about this. Hang on. We'll get back to Iran, but I do want to just mention this. Is the post-market one? It says there is live post-market update for SpaceX. So remember that the initial IPO price was $135, and then it went up a bunch, and now it's come down. And this is TradingView.com. You can see there that it was up over 200 shortly after the IPO. And now it was 131 at the end of trading today, and now it is at 126.87 post-market, according to TradingView. Well, I think it started trading at 150, but if you bought in on the IPO, you got it for 135. But then if you wanted to buy or sell once it was trading that day, I think it was, as our viewer said, 150. But the price, if you had made an order before the IPO and your order got filled, from what I understand, it was filled at 135, not 150. Again, so this is the one-day chart there. You can see there, it was at about 131, and then you can see right at the end there, it dropped a bunch in the last few minutes, but then it's made up some of its drop. It looks like it went from about 132 to below 126, and now it's at 127.15. Anyways, memory dealer thinks it'll be a good buy soon. This is up to you. I'm not giving you financial advice. All right, so that's the SpaceX stock there. Seems to be making up some of its after-hours loss. But we're going to get back to Iran now. Hang on a moment. I want to read some of the comments too. But did SpaceX post about this? They said standing down from today's test flight attempt. All right. I'll when I get updates about that, I'll let you know. Oh, Scott Manley, who is a space expert, he posted that 4 of the center ring engines did not start up correctly. It seems to me that Raptor V3 has a fussy startup sequence. So, again, Scott Manley says that 4 of the center ring engines did not start up correctly. Maybe that, I mean, that very well might be. I haven't seen it confirmed. That's the reason for the abort. Anyways, so we're going to go back to Iran now. G Slayer says correct. All right, we're going to go back to Iran. But that was interesting. I thought once we saw all the vapor coming up, smoke, steam, whatever it is, exhaust, that we would see it take off. But we did not. It just stayed there. All right, so let's get back on Iran. Hey, a couple thank yous though. Thank you to Havoc26 for being a member. Thank you, Havoc, so much. Thanks to Boogeyman Genetics. Thank you, Boogeyman Genetics, who talked about the price of gold in Belgium, in Europe. For whatever it's worth, again, this is not a financial show, and I'm not going to give you financial analysis, but the price of gold right now is 3,975 according to TradingView, and you can see that back in February it was way up. It had gone way up, went over to up to over 5,500. There's the 1 year chart. That's the 1 year chart. A year ago it was around what, 3,300 or so. Then it made up over 5,500, I believe, and now it's down at lower than 4,000. Thanks to Boogeyman Genetics. Thanks also to Louis R. Louis R says SpaceX shares were down in aftermarket trading. Yeah, Louis sent that to me before, and then we talked about it. Again, it looks like SpaceX, when that abort of the launch happened a few minutes ago, the stock appears to have dropped after hours from around 131, 132 to roughly, it's about 126 right now. Thank you, Louis R., for all your support. Thanks also to Boogeyman Genetics, who says, I think the U.S. is prepared for that. If the Houthis shoot at ships, that will escalate more. You see what what Israel did when they helped Iran. So it sounds like Boogeyman thinks that if the Houthis jump in and try to help Iran by attacking shipping in the Red Sea, Boogeyman seems to think, I think, that the U.S. will launch intense strikes on the Houthis, if I'm interpreting Boogeyman right. Thank you also, Elisa Dre Shamlu. Sorry, I'm behind on thanking people, so let me just say a couple quick thanks. Elisa Dre Shamlu, who says, Iran doesn't ask the Houthis, Iran commands the Houthis. That's what Elisa thinks. Thanks, Corn Pop, who says, we're not part of the ICC. Yes, as you can see here, Corn Pop says, countries that are not parties to the Rome Statute and do not, as Corn Pop says, countries that are not parties to the Rome Statute and do not recognize the court's jurisdiction include China, India, Russia, and the U.S. Thanks for the reminder about that, Corn Pop. Thank you also, God Friesia. Thanks, God Friesia. Thanks, JAD Off T80s, who says, hoping the Super Heavy holds up this time, meaning the Super Heavy booster, but unfortunately, we didn't get to see the launch today because it was aborted at the last second. And also, hold on a second. I'm almost caught up here. Thank you, Hell of a Time, as well. Hell of a Time says, if the Houthis do respond, it would affect Saudi Arabia as they are moving oil through the Red Sea. Yeah, look, that we've been talking about that during the war for months. It'd be a huge deal if the Houthis started attacking shipping in the Red Sea and tried to cut off oil coming out of that alternate route that, for example, Saudi Arabia is heavily using to get oil out, not through the Strait of Hormuz. That would be enormous. Well, we'll see if anything happens with it. And also, thanks to Magic Jack 75, who gave out a community sub on Twitch. Thank you for that. And Oxytropus on Twitch for your support. Now, let me check on Iran. But we wanted to do some bonus coverage of SpaceX. But it was aborted. Elon Musk says some of the engines didn't start. Here's what Elon Musk said about the aborted Starship test flight today. Aborted right at the last second. I mean, while the engines were starting up, it looked like. Elon Musk says some of the engines didn't start, triggering an automatic launch abort. Now offloading propellant. Next launch attempt hopefully in a few days. For those wondering, SpaceX stock, according to TradingView, is currently after hours at 126.52. Roger Shoemaker says each failure hurts the NASDAQ. Well, because it's part of the NASDAQ index. NASDAQ 100, you're saying? All right, we got to get back to Iran. Yes, SpaceX is in the NASDAQ 100, I believe. Oh, we have a statement from Iran. You know, Iran, when the U.S. attacks Iran, the Iran will fire missiles and drones at other countries, and they'll say they're attacking U.S. targets in these countries. So here's a new announcement from Iran about attacks carried out by them on Bahrain, they said. I don't think we heard about sirens in Bahrain, but anyways, there could have been attacks without sirens. 11th phase of Thunder operation by Iranian army. U.S. centers and bases in Bahrain targeted by enemy drone attacks. Public relations of the army in response to the enemy's hostile action of targeting urban infrastructure and innocent people. The Army of the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is interesting. Hold on. I want to emphasize this. So, in response to the enemy's action of targeting urban infrastructure. So they point out that we've been hearing about the U.S. targeting urban infrastructure today. In response to the U.S.'s hostile act of targeting urban infrastructure and innocent people, the Iranian army in the 11th phase of the Thunder operation targeted the location where helicopters and U.S. military PB surveillance aircraft are stationed at the Al Sakir base in Bahrain with Arch attack drones. The army emphasized that the security and the independence of this divine land are our red lines, and we will respond quickly and decisively to the evil enemy's transgressions. It also stated any miscalculation in assessing the will and resilience of the nation, as well as the combat capabilities of the Iranian army and Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, will have a heavy cost for the arrogant enemy. So interestingly, in this new statement, Iran does say that the U.S. attacked urban infrastructure. We have heard of U.S. attacks from Iranian state media on 2 bridges today, also a railway junction near Bandar Abbas, also Iran Shah Airport. So we've heard about all those reports from state media. This doesn't seem like a very escalatory response. Well, I can't specifically say. I don't have specifics on. I assume if they're firing at a military target in Bahrain, that would be something that the U.S. would anticipate is coming, because they often fire at U.S. military targets in surrounding countries. I have a hard time believing that this attack was some sort of surprise to the U.S. and that it destroyed a lot of U.S. aircraft. Who knows? But I would be shocked if that were the case, given that they're constantly launching strikes. And they don't say that, and they're constantly launching strikes on Bahrain, on U.S. targets in Bahrain. So this doesn't seem to be, to me, given that it's just another attack on U.S. military targets in the region, doesn't seem to be much of an escalation from Iran. But it's interesting that they are acknowledging in that press release the U.S. attacks on targeting urban infrastructure. Our viewer, Chief Hung, says, did they get a new social media manager? Tone seems different. That statement is now being posted by various Iranian state media outlets. This is a new report here. I hadn't even seen report of this strike. This is from just in here. Another strike reported in Bushehr province. Oops, what did I do here? Let's see. Why is this like this? Oh, I see. Airstrike hits a location in Dashtestan County. Deputy Governor of Bushehr Province. Early this morning, by the way, it is right now there 2:36 a.m. Early this morning, a location in Dashtestan County was targeted by enemy attacks. Fortunately, so far, no reports of casualties have been received as a result of this attack. Further details regarding potential damage will be announced later. Dashtestan County. I don't know where that is. I have to look that up. Well, I know where Bushehr Province is. See if we can find that county. I found it. There is Dashtestan County there in Bushehr Province. So there's the Strait of Hormuz there. We're talking about here, to the northeast of Bushehr. Somewhere in here, reports of new U.S. strikes. A's 92 says, so suddenly Iran cares about innocent people. They mowed down 50,000 innocent people for protesting SMH. Jim Sween thinks there's going to be a ground invasion announcement. I haven't heard of such a thing. President Trump is speaking at 9 p.m. Eastern. We will have coverage of that. But it's about election stuff. It's not about the war, from what I understand, from everything I've seen. The thing I'll have to figure out is, how do I deal with like the title of the broadcast? Because normal the speech is at 9, but I have a feeling like normally we go later than that for the Iran stuff. So I don't know if I should like change the title to, as we get closer to the speech, do I change the title of the broadcast to Iran War and Trump speech? What if I change it to Iran War and Trump speech? What do you guys think? I mean, I could do I don't know that I want to convert the whole stream about Trump, because we could have developments with Iran. Let's see what people are saying in the chat. Well, people who are looking for coverage of Trump, if the video just says Iran coverage, they're not going to know that we're covering it, right? So it's important. I have to figure this out. It actually is important. And then how I'm covering things will depend on what I've entitled the broadcast. Maybe what I'll do is once we get closer to the speech time, I will call it Trump speech and Iran war or something like that. Once we get close. What I do want to do really quick though is, the thumbnail is already has Trump in it. So I can redo this and just make one that says Trump speech and Iran war. Let me just take 2 seconds and do that. That'll get that done. As preparation, I'll make an alternate thumbnail just to have it here. Hang on a second here. This won't take long. Hang on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done making the new thumbnail. Perfect, great. Get it done now, and then when we get closer to that time, I can just change the title of the broadcast. That works for me. All right, so I just did that. And the other thing I'll do is do this. Oh, and I'll put a clock up about the Trump speech as well, just so people know when it is. I'll say Trump's speech on elections in. So today is the 16th. It's going to start at 9. And I'll say Trump speech. Oops, that doesn't work. Oops, got to make this bigger. Got to make that bigger. Bear with me for a second here. Bear with me for a second. So we do that, we do that, we do this, we do this, we move that, we take that there, and then we'll do this, this. All right. So we have a clock up now. We have the clock up there. Breaking update about bridges. 3 dead and 9 injured in the Bandar Khamir bridges attack. That's according to Iran state media. Look at this, guys. This is Iran state media Mer News. If you missed it, Iran says, and there's been video put out, multiple reports say the U.S. attacked 2 bridges tonight in Iran. The number of martyrs in the attack on the bridges in Bandar Khamir has reached 3. 9 people were injured. According to a Mer reporter, based on the latest information received, the number of martyrs in the attack on the bridges in Bandar Khamir has increased to 3. 9 people were also injured in the attack, and the injured are currently receiving medical treatment from rescue forces and medical staff. Traffic on the Bandar Abbas to Lar highway in the Bandar Khamir city has slowly resumed, and in order to manage the traffic load, people are asked to avoid unnecessary travel. Further details about the condition of the injured, the identities of the martyrs, and the extent of the incident will be released after official announcements. Now, Bandar Kamir, let me show you where that is. So again, multiple outlets said, one outlet said 3 bridges were attacked, but the rest of them said 2 bridges were attacked, I believe. Bandar Kamir. So let's look at where this is. So the attack on the 2 bridges was in Bandar Kamir. And Bandar Kamir is here. So there's Bandar Abbas. See Bandar Abbas there? That's next to the Strait of Hormuz. Bandar Kamir is here. And I don't know where exactly I've seen some posts about where these bridges are. I don't want to jump to conclusions myself, but that's Bandar Kamir. Oh, isn't it right here? Is this where it is? I have to look again. I'm forgetting here. Here. We were looking at this earlier. Wasn't it somewhere on here there was some sort of river or something? Was it over here? I have to look it up. I'm not positive, but the thing I just read you clearly, the report I just read you clearly said Bandar Kamir. The number of martyrs in the attack on the bridges in Bandar Kamir. But maybe it's in the general area. I posted on my X account, I reposted, if you haven't seen it, there's video of multiple videos of 1 or more bridges is being destroyed. So you can see it there. Oops, I did something wrong. Did I do something wrong? Is something spelled wrong? I don't know. I don't see it, but maybe I'm wrong. Let me see if there's reporting on this. Some other reporting at this point. So the Wall Street Journal is saying U.S. targets Iranian bridges. Okay, breaking update, guys. So Wall Street Journal says, according to a U.S. official, the U.S. struck multiple bridges in Iran on Thursday in an effort to cut off supply routes to a port city and naval base in the Strait of Hormuz that Iran uses to attack ships and project power. They say, and I believe they're talking about Bandar Abbas. Several attacks on bridges were reported in and around Bandar Abbas overnight, and highways connecting Bandar Abbas to nearby provinces were declared closed. They say Bandar Abbas is critical to Iran's ability to project power in the waterway and throughout the Persian Gulf. All right, so again, the Wall Street Journal says a U.S. official tells them that these strikes on the bridges were about cutting off Bandar Abbas. All right, give me a moment. Bandar Abbas. I'm sorry, it's Bandar Abbas. I keep saying it wrong. Bandar Abbas. All right, so let's just, again, let's summarize this. It's interesting. This is a U.S. official who was talking to the Wall Street Journal about what had happened. So, just to show you this again, one of our viewers said, yes, there are sirens going off in Bahrain. Iran has already tonight launched drones at Bahrain and talked about it. So I assume it is not. This has been par for the course the last several nights, where sirens go off multiple times in Bahrain, and Iran launches missiles and drones at U.S. military targets in Bahrain and other countries in the region, like Kuwait and Jordan. So that is happening right now. I will just show you here, but then I'm going to get back to the other thing. The siren has sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So more Iranian drones or missiles being fired at Bahrain. Now, Bandar Abbas, this is quite interesting. There is Bandar Abbas, right there. It is on the coast near the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz right here, goes through here. So the Wall Street Journal is reporting that, just to say this again, they talked to a U.S. official, and the U.S. official told them that the U.S. hit multiple bridges in an effort to cut off supply routes to Bandar Abbas and a naval base in the Strait of Hormuz that Iran uses to attack ships and protect power. They say several attacks on bridges were reported in and around Bandar Abbas, and highways connecting Bandar Abbas to nearby provinces were declared closed, according to state media. Bandar Abbas has an IR, as a Revolutionary Guard naval base there. They say that naval base is critical to Iran's ability to project power in the Strait and through the Persian Gulf. And they say the U.S. has been hitting Bandar Abbas with strikes in recent days. Bandar Abbas is also where several U.S. sea drones attacked an Iranian submarine and ship facility days ago. Magnum Force thinks Iran can launch drones and missiles from their entire coastline. That will be a fruitless effort. Denise believes multiple residential apartments for expats have been damaged in the past days in Bahrain. Kuwait claimed today that some civilian structures had been damaged by what they called interception debris, but they didn't give specifics. That's in Kuwait. Residential areas caused damage, had damage from interception debris, claimed Kuwait earlier today. It does seem like an escalation to be attacking multiple bridges. Remember also a railway, they didn't mention that in the, I don't know if they mentioned it in the Wall Street Journal article, but a railway junction to the west of Bandar Abbas was also hit. Where is that here? We were looking at it earlier. Oh, you know what? It's interesting. The headquarters of Iran's navy is Shahid Raji, and the New York Times said that the railway traffic splits at the junction, and some traffic heads towards Shahid Raja'i, Iran's largest commercial port, and it also serves. I'm sorry. Bandar Abbas is where the Navy is located. So to be clear, the New York Times, we might have read this earlier from Iran state media, but according to the New York Times, at the railway junction that was hit, the traffic splits off, and some of the train tracks go both to Bandar Abbas, which is where the headquarters of the Iranian Navy is, and also Shahid Raja'i, which is Iran's largest commercial port. Let me show you. There's the junction right there. Bandar Abbas, I believe, Junction Railway Station. I think I'm seeing here. See how the tracks split? You have the tracks coming this way. Then there's Bandar Abbas. So some of them keep going towards Bandar Abbas. Do the other ones keep going towards, they split off here. I'm not sure. Where is Shahid Raja'i? Port? There's Shahid Raja'i is there. Right. So, yes. So I believe the idea is at this railway junction, which is here. This says railway junction, railway station. But what you have is the tracks split here, and some go towards that the largest commercial port, and some go towards Bandar Abbas. And it's unclear what exactly was hit and how much damage was caused at that railway junction. We don't know. But that railway junction was attacked today, as well as those bridges. So an infrastructure focus in the Bandar Abbas area for the U.S. in these attacks. Oh, are there sirens in Kuwait too? One of our viewers said. It's that time for Iran to be launching retaliation strikes. Yes. Kuwait Army says they are confronting hostile missile and drone attacks. But, again, are we going to see more of the same? Are we going to see Iran firing at U.S. military targets and then saying, we destroyed X, Y, and Z at these military targets? That in itself would not be particularly escalatory, because they keep doing that. So we'll have to see what they say and what they do. Kuwaiti air defenses are currently confronting hostile missile and drone attacks following the sinful Iranian aggression. Frosty says we should all be afraid. Sunshine says, what is Trump doing about mines? I don't, reports say that mines go through the middle. the former route, ships went to take the former route through the Strait of Hormuz went through the middle. Reportedly, there are mines in that route. And now Iran wants ships to go more to the north, and the U.S. wants ships to take a different route more to the south, near Oman. I can't speak on what's going on, whether there are actually mines, how many there are. Is the U.S. doing demining there? That I don't know. Jar Jar Jeff thinks Iran says no idiot would fight out in the open sea against the U.S. They want a ground war. El Patriota Cubano posted in Spanish that sirens were sounding in Kuwait. Thanks for posting that. Oh, thanks. I owe some thank yous here. Thank you so much to Solid 5356, and thanks for your suggestions, Solid. Thanks for your support. Hell of a time from Canada. Thank you so much. Appreciate all your support. Bite Mode, thank you for moderating and for your support. Bite Mode, that's really nice of you. Thank you. Tom Bonzi says 2 American flag tankers are transiting Hormuz. I'll have to check marine traffic and see what I see. For some reason, it's not loading for me right now. I don't know why, but now it's loading. That's interesting. I don't know what's up with this. One of our viewers, Tom Bonzi mentioned this. I don't know what to make of this. Jersey Devil tanker. What is this from? 2 minutes ago. It says tanker. That doesn't look like a tanker. That looks like a warship, doesn't it? That doesn't look like a tanker. I wonder if just to do it, the U.S. has a couple ships with their tracking on, which they might not normally have. I mean, the blockade is going on right now, right? So the USS, well, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. It's weird because it says tanker, but at the same time, the picture is of a battleship. But this says tanker. I'm confused. I don't understand. I'm seeing a tanker with a picture of a battleship. Then is there another one there? I don't know. I'm not seeing one that says USA, obviously. Oh, now one of our also viewers, let me say this, one of our viewers says it could be spoofed. Yeah, so I'm sorry. One of our viewers says it's been on there for a month. I have not been checking this every day. One of our viewers said that they think it's a spoof and it's been there for a month. By the way, so there has been reports of GPS spoofing and whoever messing with GPS signals there. Maybe Iran is to prevent attacks on its ships. I don't know. But yeah, our viewers, a number of our viewers say that, some of our viewers say that that's not a real ship. Kyle Stiles says it's spoofed. DJ says it's a spoof that's been on there for at least a month. So I don't know, but Beach Girl thinks it's phantom ships, spoof ships. The previous track from the last day is this. I mean, I don't know. Again, yeah, as one of our viewers says, there is a nuclear submarine called Jersey Devil. I'm guessing we would not be able to track that ship live. There's also a trawler Jersey Devil. Anyways, I'm not going to get. I don't want to get wrapped up in that, but you could go to marinetraffic.com and check it out. Marinetraffic.com. By the way, Chief Grape says there's no active battleships in the U.S. naval fleet. It sounds like you're using battleships in this technical way, that I was not using it. So hopefully people understood. I just meant like some military ship. There's probably some technical definition of battleship by which the current ships aren't battleships or something. I don't know. I was using it in a way that I think regular people use it. Warship or whatever. Fine. Fine. All right. Thanks for mentioning it. Hey, thanks also to, hold on. I was going to thank some people and I got, oh. By the way, I don't know anything about this. There's an article in Sea Trade Maritime News, if you want to read it. But they actually say that the past couple of weeks, they say there has been, this is an article from June, where they talk about AIS trolling. And they say signals are appearing with fictitious names, such as the supposedly U.S. flagged Jersey Devil, opium cargo, and dead wallet crew. So if you want to, it says, and Sea Trade Maritime News says it's not clear who is behind this spoofing. So if you, I'm not familiar with Sea Trade Maritime News, but if you look up Sea Trade Maritime News, they have an article from June called The Rise of AIS Trolling in the Strait of Hormuz. That article claims these are just fake ships. Again, I'm not familiar with them. I have no reason to think they don't know what they're talking about, but I don't want to go beyond my very limited level of knowledge in this area. But go check out that article if you want. The Rise of AIS Trolling in the Strait of Hormuz by Sea Trade Maritime News. Sea Trade Maritime News. Okay, now. I got to catch up thanking people. I'm sorry, I didn't catch up yet. Lynn Downey, thanks for being a member for 60 months. That's really nice of you, Lynn. Thank you. Also, Havoc26, that is so kind of you, Havoc26. I really appreciate your generous support. Havoc26 says SpaceX has changed a lot of things with Starship to include the firing sequence and how the engine staged during relights on hot staging and landing. So probably we'll be seeing this a lot more over the next few launches. It's almost a new ship. That's from Havoc26. Sorry, Havoc, it takes so long to get to say thanks. Thanks so much for your support, Havoc. And also Hastings Crew, who likes when we do stock analysis. Thank you, Hastings Crew, for your support. And also Magic Jack for the gift sub on Twitch. All right, let me get caught up on Iran stuff. So a little while ago, there were sirens in Bahrain, and also Kuwait said it was facing drones and missiles from Iran, which again is kind of what happens. It's been happening every night. We will have coverage of Trump's speech. Hold on a second here. I am just checking a couple things. Now, there's been no announcement that I'm aware of from the U.S. that their strikes are over for the night. They started early today. They said that they started at 2 p.m. Eastern, which I think is the earliest in the last few weeks. But yes, as we mentioned, we've been talking about, the U.S. hit at least two bridges in Iran. And the Wall Street Journal says a U.S. official told them that the purpose of hitting the bridges was to isolate Bandar Abbas in southern Iran. They also hit a railway junction, the U.S., near Bandar Abbas, and also an airport not near Bandar Abbas, reportedly. Iran Shah Airport. Iran Shah Airport, by the way, is over here. That is in southeast Iran here. Reportedly, that was hit too. Jar Jar thinks at some point Trump will just claim victory and change the subject. Frosty says no need to send our kids as the Navy seems to have this handled. Jason Bewley says Trump is random talking, so he might say Iran stuff during his speech. You never know. That's true, Jason. I agree. He could. Cam Canuck Watcher thinks the speech will have been pre-recorded. That I don't know. It's possible. Hey, shout out to our moderators too who have been here. I really appreciate it. We have moderating right now. Haley Girl and Roberts May Queen are moderating. Hold on a second. I need to pull this up here. We are live here, and we're gonna have Trump's speech in an hour and 11 minutes. We're gonna bring you that live. Hold on. I have to thank a couple people here. Oh, I missed some memberships. Hold on. I got to thank Tormented Tantalus for memberships in a second. I missed those before. I hope Tormented Tantalus is still here. Let me thank Tormented Tantalus, and I'm going to thank the moderators. It's been so busy. Tormented Tantalus, I believe, gave 100 memberships, and we were busy covering something, and I didn't see it initially. I hope Tormented Tantalus is still with us and can hear me say thank you for 100 memberships. And I hope people, if you got a membership from Tormented Tantalus, you thank Tormented Tantalus. Tormented Tantalus, are you still with us? I apologize. It's just been so busy. Remember a little while ago, I saw some memberships pop up and I didn't see who, and I meant to check. Well, I just found out. Oh, Tormented Tantalus says I'm still here, I think. Did they say that? Yes, there's Tormented Tantalus right there. Thank you so much. So please thank Tormented if you got one of the 100 memberships from Tormented. So generous. Thanks Boogeyman Genetics too, who also shouted out Tormented Tantalus. Thank you, Boogeyman Genetics. And Storm Chaser, who says the correct term is warship. Thank you, Storm Chaser 446. And Purple Turd Waters, thank you. And again, shout out to our moderators who are here. We cannot have our chat rooms without our moderators. Ruth on YouTube, Haley Girl on YouTube. Huge thanks. Also, we have moderating Matthew Kohai 3, Mick Bridges, Sarah, and Surly Dev on Twitch, and all of our Twitch moderators, our Facebook moderators. Kay Lowry, Body, Darren, Charlo. Thank you. Paul Anderson, Shannon Davis Hughes. Thanks to all of our moderators over there. All right, so we have about an hour until Trump, but we're going to be bringing you updates on Iran. Been a lot going on today. Give me a moment. Okay. One of our viewers mentioned that if you go to Intel Cams on YouTube, they have a camera from Kuwait airport area and a camera from Bahrain over there on Intel Cams. You can check out Intel Cams on YouTube. Thanks for mentioning that. All right, let's get back. Appears that that Iran is hitting, has launched, is hitting U.S. targets in Bahrain and Kuwait again. Let's see here. By the way, I missed it about 25 minutes ago. We were covering whatever, but Vahid Online about 25 minutes ago or so had gotten some reports from Iran of people seeing missiles launched. That's right around the time that Kuwait and Bahrain, Kuwait said they were dealing with missiles and drones, and Bahrain had sirens go off. Hang on, I'm just looking for something here. Tasneem posted a video, that's Iranian state media, of the aftermath of the Bandar Abbas Lar Bridge. I wonder if I can somehow post this on X. I'm going to try to post this on X so you can see it. Hang on, give me a moment. Download. Okay, I'm going to post this on X. Bandar Abbas Lar Bridge. Video from Iran State Media Tasneem of the Bandar Abbas Lar Bridge after it was hit by the U.S. I don't have the rights to the video, but I'm going to post it right now. And I'll give you the link, guys. It's interesting. You can see a truck on fire, and you can see a big gaping gap in the bridge, which has been I guess that's the part that's fallen down or been destroyed or whatever. All right, I'm going to post a link to this. This is also on my X account. I just posted the link, but if you go to my X account, which is @Lookner, you can find it there too. I just took the video and posted it, so you can see it there. But it's interesting. I hadn't seen that video before, and it shows what appears to be like a tanker truck on fire at the edge of the bridge, and again, the sizable gap in that bridge just gone. I'll post a link to my X account in the chat as well. The Knight's Palace says, "Wow!" So go check out my X account if you want to see that video of the bridge. It looks like Tasneem had a reporter go out to the bridge. Unless it might be that they got that from somebody else who was just out there. I don't know. Himster says nobody is crossing that bridge. Sharkingly says I probably wouldn't want to be standing right next to a burning tanker truck. Mason D is glad the bridges are gone. Admiral says it looks very dangerous just hanging out there. Hey, thanks, Samantha Reynoso. She says, how is this impacting regular Iranian civilians or internal regime stability? Um, I don't have a good sense of that. I mean, what I will say is I haven't seen any kind of reporting from any source I would consider reliable that suggests that there's widespread protests, that suggests that the regime is threatened now by internal dissent. So that's the best I can tell you. I don't know. I really don't have I have no sense of the average Iranian person and maybe an Iranian person who does not love the regime, how they feel about all this and how things might have changed there. It's a good question. I just don't know. I don't have anything intelligent to tell you about it. I can only go off what I see, but I'm not seeing any kind of reporting suggesting that, you know, the regime is at risk of falling right now. I mean, there's reporting that talks about, you know, obviously there were major protests a few months ago. Obviously, the economy was terrible before this war. And now you have this going on, all of this going on, and the blockade and everything. And so, but I don't have a good sense of how things are different now than a few months ago. Shockingly, maybe we'll talk to shockingly mentions the person we talked to a few months ago who had relatives in Iran. Maybe we'll talk to her again at some point. Dean R. thinks it's a fine line. If we inflict too much pain on the Iranian people, could backfire. I don't know. I mean, maybe there could be people there who, you know, get a patriotic feeling if they get attacked, and you know, but I don't know. I just, it's a great question. I wish I could tell you, but I don't have a good idea of it. Thank you very much, Samantha Reynoso. If I see articles on it or whatever, I'll certainly keep an eye out. Thanks also, Mandy Mib 985 for being a member. Thanks, Mandy Mib. My Lord thinks a regime change is the only way to get a win. What I'm going to do right now is I am going to change the title to Iran War in Trump Speech, just to have it there. Give me just a moment. I just want to have it, so people know we're covering both things. Okay, I think I'm about done. I just wanted to get it, that way people know we're covering both. Oops, I got to do one thing. I got to do one thing here. Thanks for your patience. Iran war and Trump speech. And I'm going to post on our social media telling people that we are going to have coverage of the Trump speech during our coverage. We will have live coverage of President Trump's speech to the nation during our ongoing live stream about the Iran war. Okay, so that I got posted. And let me just really quick do this. Just give me a minute here. I just have to do this once to update this stuff, just so people know we're covering it. All right, I'm updating the title on over there on Twitch, so people know over there. Okay, that's done. And then I gotta just do this. I'll even fix the graphic over my shoulder. Oops, that's not gonna work. Now I can fix the graphic over my shoulder. Where is it here? That's not it. That's it. There you go. Trump speech and Iran war. And then the last thing I have to do is let me just update the title over there on Facebook. It's the last thing. I got to get that done too. Thanks for your patience while I do this. 53 minutes till Trump speaks. Edit post. There we go. Okay. I think we're good. I got everything updated. I think we're okay. I think we're good to go. The title is updated. Everything's updated. Now, let's get back to some updates ourselves. Oh, by the way, it looks like Iran has also, surprise, surprise, fired missiles or drones at Jordan because Iran's press TV says Iranian retaliatory strikes are reportedly targeting U.S. assets in Jordan. So it looks like Iran is doing the standard thing, basically, where after U.S. attacks, they fire missiles and drones at places like Kuwait and Bahrain and Jordan, at U.S. military targets in these areas. So I'll keep you updated. On that. Byte Mode says, is the Fifth Fleet still standing? They attacked the Fifth Fleet headquarters a lot. Give me a second here. It's been so busy. We've been so much happening. What I'm going to do real quick. I do have a live shot of the White House, by the way. Real quick, let me just got to go get some more water. Just give me a quick second here. Why is this all weird here? Why is this weird? Oh, hold on. What is this? Let's see. Okay, give me a second. I'm just going to go get some more water and take a minute. Just give me a minute, okay? But while I'm doing that, I'm going to let you look at, hey, look, we saw a plane in the back. I'm going to let you look at the White House live. This is a live shot of the White House. White House live. Steve will be back in 1 minute. Speech in 49 minutes. All right, just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back and we'll continue our coverage in 1 minute. Okay, we're back. We're going to have President Trump's speech coming up in 46 minutes. And we're bringing you updates on Iran. And we're taking your comments on the air. And I need to get rid of this. And let me just see if I have any updates now from the Middle East. Oops. Iran's state media IRNA is claiming that news sources say there was an attack on U.S. military radars in Kuwait, talking about Iran firing drones and missiles at Kuwait, which they have reportedly done. U.S. strikes, U.S. targets there. Again, reportedly, Iran has fired also projectiles, missiles at Jordan. I'm not hearing about new U.S. strikes at the moment, but they have not said that they're done. Yeah, we should take a second. I'll keep an eye on the Iran stuff, and we're going to keep talking about it again. In case you missed it, the U.S. hit a couple bridges tonight, and in the southern part of Iran, and also hit a railway junction near Bandar Abbas, and also apparently, reportedly, according to Iranian media, hit Iran Shah Airport in southeastern Iran. According to the Wall Street Journal, they talked to a U.S. official who said that the bridges strikes were intended to cut off supply routes to Bandar Abbas and a naval base there that Iran uses to attack ships and project power. So there were bridges near Bandar Abbas attacked, and also this railway junction near Bandar Abbas attacked. So we've been talking about that. A lot of strikes too. We've been talking about, we were talking about strikes for hours going on. Haven't heard about new ones in the last little bit, and it appears that Iran has done their kind of usual thing of fire drones and missiles at Kuwait and Bahrain and Jordan. I'm sure we'll hear some statements from at U.S. military targets there, and I'm sure we'll get some statements about that from Iran shortly. In the meantime, let's talk for a second about this speech here, because we are going to be covering this too. I'll show you a couple things on this. Trump is going to be talking about elections. Where is here? You can see here, with midterms on deck, Trump to deliver primetime speech on election security. Reuters says President Trump plans to deliver a primetime speech. This is in 41 minutes, focused on election security, bringing renewed attention to his long-running complaints about voting systems and election administration as Republicans face challenging midterm elections in November. Reuters says the White House was deciding whether President Trump's remarks would include the disclosure of sensitive intelligence related to China's intention or ability to interfere in the 2020 U.S. election, Reuters reported on Wednesday. Some Trump officials worry the information could be misleading. Trump has been spent. Now, this is what Reuters says. Reuters says Trump has spent years raising doubts about electoral outcomes, falsely asserting that his 2020 loss to Democrat Joe Biden was rigged. He has also advanced other false claims, including that mail-in balloting is rife with fraud, voting machines are vulnerable, and non-citizen voting is widespread. Numerous courts and vote recounts have found no evidence of large-scale fraud in the 2020 election. Sources told Reuters the China intelligence, which was collected during Trump's first term, did not show Beijing had manipulated or changed votes. A White House task force led by conservative journalist John Solomon recently asked the intelligence community for documents outlining the information and has spent the past several weeks reviewing them ahead of Trump's speech. The final draft of the speech was not ready as of midday today and remained subject to changes from the president, said a person familiar with the plans. Reuters says several senior White House officials were anxious about what the president would end up saying in his speech and how that could impact Republicans' chances in November's midterms. Carolyn Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said the president will be making a very important announcement with respect to the integrity of our elections. And she said everything he is saying will be backed by facts and evidence. Democratic members of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence sent a letter to the acting director of National Intelligence, Bill Pulte, along with leaders of the FBI, CIA, and National Security Agency, warning them to not allow Trump to weaponize intelligence to support false claims about election security. Oh, something about the TV networks. It was not clear whether television networks would give the White House airtime for his speech, a practice typically reserved for major addresses on issues of national import. Now, I think there's something in here. Reuters has something about the latest on the networks. Here's something about networks. ABC, NBC, CNN will not air Trump's election security speech live on primary channels. Two of the three major U.S. television networks and CNN have decided not to broadcast a planned primetime address on Thursday by President Trump on their primary platforms, risking the anger of an administration that has placed unprecedented pressure on American media, says Reuters. The speech is expected to focus on election security 4 months before the critical midterms. Networks have broad First Amendment rights to decide what they choose to broadcast, experts noted, but historically broadcasters have carried most speeches on the grounds that they provide information of public importance. Late Thursday afternoon, a spokesperson for ABC News said the network will run Trump's speech on ABC News live streaming platform and ABC News Radio, not its broadcast channel. NBC News plans to carry the president's remarks on its free streaming service, NBC News Now, but will not air its speech on its main broadcast channel. CNN said it will monitor the speech for news, with a live feed appearing on its website and CNN All Access, its subscription streaming channel. The White House, says Reuters, is considering using the speech to disclose sensitive intelligence related to whether China had the intention or ability to interfere in the 2020 U.S. election, which Trump claims was stolen from him, Reuters reported yesterday. Oh, during her press briefing today, White House Press Secretary Leavitt said it's also very possible Trump will mention the current situation with Iran and the economy at the top of the speech and could possibly address a range of topics. It's interesting, a lot of times when we're this close to a major speech by the president, a lot of times we have a pretty good idea of what's going to be in it. I mean, a lot of times you'll see, excerpts from the speech released. But there does seem to be some question about what exactly he'll say. I also want to say, hold on a second here. I'm going to say here, Iran updates and coming up, Trump speech on election security. I'll say this at 9 p.m. ET. All right, sorry. All right, now, I want to take some comments from folks too. And I got to keep checking on Iran updates. Sloppy Joe says, I predict a 90-minute speech. I don't know how long it's going to be. It's a very good question. Let's see here. Now I'm going to do this. All right, we'll put the White House up there. This is the White House, but Iran time is 3:56 a.m. I'm also going to put the White House up there, just in case there's any question of what we're looking at. So we're covering both stories. Oh, I did see something. AZ Intel found something which I thought was interesting. Bernie Moreno, who is a Republican senator from Ohio, thanks to AZ Intel for pointing this out. Bernie Moreno said on his X account about an hour ago, I was just briefed by the White House on what to expect this evening. I would encourage every American to tune in tonight to the president's speech. Bernie Moreno says this may be the most important Oval Office address since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The time for complacency with China is over, says Senator Moreno. Thanks, AZ Intel, for mentioning that. JB Midwest thinks it'll just sow more distrust. It'll use it to try to further restrict voting. Let's see. Beam Me Up says, I hope ground troops to Iran isn't announced. I've heard nothing suggesting there's going to be some big announcement about Iran. I mean, you never know, but that would be that would be a shock. Um, VC Gamer says, just curious, why is he addressing the nation at night? I mean, it's an interesting question as to why he's doing this, making this a prime time address. I don't have, I can't, I'm not in his head, so I can't tell you. Mandy Mib says, I wonder if he's soft launching some sort of change elections processes. A good question. Will he announce some sort of proposal or some sort of executive order, which of course could be challenged in court, depending on the order? That's a great question. I don't know. TD Stock Market says, can we do a poll on how late the speech will be? I actually think it'll start on time because, for example, I know CBS is carrying it. Usually with these primetime addresses, they do start on time. That's my recollection is that they do. And I think one big reason for it, maybe the big reason, is that you're taking this time from like a network, a TV network. I think. All right, give me a second here. Dow Theme says if it's pre-recorded, it'll be on time. It might be pre-recorded. We don't know. Let me check up with Middle East stuff and see what we're seeing. Hold on. Iran state media is claiming incident on the Bahrain-Saudi Arabia causeway. No. Well, this is something they do. This is Iran State TV. They claim, Iran State TV. Sometimes they'll say things like, other sources say this, and you're like, well, what other sources are you talking about? So Iran State Media says, Iran State TV says, incident on the Bahrain-Saudi Arabia causeway. Now, they say Arab media, but I don't know if it's really coming from Arab media or just coming from them. They say the sounds of ambulance and fire truck sirens can be heard as they are heading towards the causeway connecting Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. Now, certainly there could have been a drone that hit it or something. I mean, Bahrain had sirens going off a while ago, or a missile. So I'm going to check out and see what else we hear. I don't know much about this right now, but they also sometimes make claims that just you never hear anything about after, and it's like, I know, it doesn't seem like it was true. So let me see what else I have for you on that. Another thing I want to mention, hold on a second here. Here's another report from Iranian state media where it talks about, it says, the ambassador and permanent representative of Iran to the United Nations condemned the aggressive actions and attacks on Iranian civilian infrastructure in a letter to the Security Council and the UN Secretary General, saying these attacks are a serious violation of international humanitarian law and constitute war crimes. Remember, apparently today the US hit at least 2 bridges in Iran, and also a railway junction near Bandar Abbas, and also reportedly struck an airport in Iran Shar. Also, the Iran's ambassador to the UN says Iran condemns in the strongest possible tone the aggressive actions and deliberate targeting of civilian infrastructure by the United States. Hey, really quick. So President Trump speaking in 25 minutes. Hey, thanks so much to GT50069 for your support, who says, I can't believe some major networks won't air the speech. This doesn't help optics when people already have an all-time low trust in legacy news. Just because they don't like it doesn't mean they should hide it. That's from GT50069. Thanks, GT, for your support. Also, beam me up. Thanks for being a member. I appreciate it. Thanks, I am Charlie, who thinks NBC and ABC have Trump derangement syndrome. Thanks, Cabo, Jay, and Amy for your support. Thanks, Israel Bishop, for your support, who mentions the smoke. I'm in Boston. We've had a bunch of smoke the last couple days. Today was better than yesterday. Yesterday, it smelled like smoke if you were outside. So we've had air warnings around here. Maybe we'll talk about this later, Israel Bishop. Talked about the danger from Canada fire smoke for some parts of the U.S. Thank you, Israel. Also, Jeff TE88. Jeff says Iranian protests slowed down a few months ago when thousands of protesters were assassinated by IRGC in the streets. Yes, we reported on that, Jeff. We were live covering the protests and the aftermath for a while. Thank you, Jeff TE88. I am Charlie too. Also, Mandy Mib, thanks for being a member. All right, give me a moment here. Let's see if we hear anything else about this. Again, Iranian state media is claiming some sort of incident on the Saudi Arabia to Bahrain causeway. Oh, wow. Also, Iran state media claims 7 dead in the attack on bridges. That's what they're claiming. Number of victims in the attack on the bridges in Bandar Kamir in southern Iran by the U.S. rises to 7. This is from Fars State Media. Again, I cannot confirm this figure. Hormozgan University of Medical Sciences, according to the latest information received, the number of victims in the attack on the bridges in Bandar Kamir has increased to 7 and 9 people injured. Death toll in U.S. attack on Iranian bridges rises to 7, with 9 injured. I am unable to verify these claims. These claims. By the way, just to be clear, there is video from aftermath of at least one of the bridges that shows what appears to be a tanker truck on fire. Showing that there's videos of bridge damage which show very significant damage. So it would not be at all surprising if there were civilians anywhere in the area to have deaths or injuries from these strikes. Hang on a second here. Now, I wonder if Iran is going to claim, so Iranian state media claims there's some sort of incident on the bridge between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. I don't know what the deal with that is. I wonder if Iran will claim that they attacked a bridge between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia as revenge for the attack on the bridges in the US. Now, it's possible that they fired a drone or two at the bridge. Maybe the bridge hasn't been damaged at all, but that they'll say that they attacked the bridge. I don't know. I don't have details on that right now. We'll have to see. But I could certainly see a world in which, they've been talking about in their statements around these eye for an eye retaliations. Oh, is there an alert from Qatar now as well? Hold on a second here. Dubai, Qatar warns, Qatar, AP says, John Gambrell, AP, Qatar warns public about incoming Iranian barrage as air defense is fired. Sorry, I didn't even see that before. Hang on. Yeah, AP is reporting Qatar warns public about incoming Iranian barrage as air defense is fired. Sorry, I might have missed something about that before. So 19 minutes till Trump's speech. Ongoing Iranian retaliation seems like right now for attacks by the U.S. on Iran today. And apparently the U.S., Iran has launched strikes on Jordan, Kuwait, and Bahrain, and possibly now Qatar, given what we've been hearing from Iran state media and other in these other countries. Grant Page thinks strikes will end before Trump speaks. That's an interesting point. I would will we see CENTCOM? They have not posted yet that their strikes are officially over for the day, but I would not be surprised if we saw them post that before Trump speaks. Thanks, Koozie Tunes, for your support. Koozie Tunes wonders if there will be a UAP-related announcement. Haven't heard that, but we'll see. Thank you so much, Darren Jones, for your support. Thank you, Darren. Mr. Rubix, thanks for being a member. Thank you. Super Stoiber. I'm not. Maybe we'll do a poll after the speech, Super Stoiber. So much going on right now. Super Stoiber wants a poll about a possible ground invasion in 2027. We might do a poll after the speech. Thank you, Super Stoiber. I appreciate you being a member. Beam me up. Thanks for being a member. And also, End In, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Norball88, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. And hey guys, shout out to our mods real quick. They are awesome. Ruth over there modding on YouTube, and Haley Girl, huge thanks. Also, we have moderating here. What's happening here? On Twitch, LB Prairie Dawn, J. Joanna, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev, Linda Bell, Glary, Misha over on X, huge thanks. And K. Larry Body, Darren Charlo, Paul Anderson, moderating on Facebook. So President Trump speaking in 16 minutes. At the same time, we are bringing you updates on the Iran situation. Try to check a couple more sources here. Yeah, Al Jazeera says the Qatari Ministry of Interior says the security threat level is high and everyone must adhere to staying in homes in safe places. So they're warning of some kind of Iranian, probably missile and drone launches on Qatar. I have not heard or seen anything more about the supposed incident on the causeway between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia that Iran state media was posting about. Again, I have a theory about it. You can see there is this causeway between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. There's Saudi Arabia. There's Bahrain. And well, I don't know for sure, but I think it's possible that Iran will launch some drones at it or something and claim that they attacked it as a response. They'll say, we attacked this bridge because the U.S. attacked our bridges. But I might be wrong about that. Just a thought. But now I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's possible that something has happened and they've hit it with a drone or missile and we just don't know. All I can say is I've heard nothing about it so far. I'll have to be keeping an eye on the Iran stuff while President Trump is speaking. Jeff says, will the speech be interrupted? The only reason I would interrupt is if something big happened with Iran, some huge breaking news. I'll jump in and tell you. PW360 claims, and I didn't see this, PW360 claims that Barak Ravid on Israeli TV said the Netanyahu not coming to the U.S. and canceling the meeting could mean that things are going to escalate between the U.S. and Iran and that Israel thinks they could be hit. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I didn't see Barak Ravid said this. I wouldn't be surprised if he said it. I cannot confirm Barak Ravid said it, but yes, as of today, Netanyahu canceled his trip to the U.S. There were scheduling reasons cited, but it's not clear if there was some other reason that actually is why that happened. There's some different reporting out there on that. Thanks for writing in PW360. Oh, give me a moment here. Just give me a moment. Hey, thanks so much, JB Midwest. Who says, I sure miss the streams when it wasn't always tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of lives, voters, acres, etc. at risk. Hey, thank you, JB Midwest, for supporting and watching the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ann Ryan. Why are there no live cameras on the Iran strikes? Because Iran very tightly controls the media there, I would say. That's my very, very short answer. And I would assume that they tightly control the media and the internet, and I'm assuming I don't know for sure. I would assume that if you tried to somehow get a stream out without the government's permission, you'd risk getting in trouble. That'd be my assumption. But there's not, in Israel, you have these outside media outlets who can come in and have their own camera there. Doesn't work like that, as far as I'm aware, in Iran. We don't have outside groups like news agencies going up and setting up their cameras in Iran and just freely broadcasting them out. They don't seem to allow that, from what I understand. But I don't know the specifics on all that. That's my best amateur estimate. But again, they do tightly control the press and the internet there. Thank you, Rick Sanchez, for your support, and PH Survivor 92 for being a member. And again, thank you, Ann Ryan. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jordan Hart, who wants an easy poll tonight. Maybe we might do a poll after the speech. Thank you, Jordan Hart. I really appreciate it. And again, Jeff TE88. Now, give me a moment here. Let me check something. Let me just get prepared to have this on the screen for you. I need a second. I want to be prepared to have this on the screen. Okay, so just give me a moment here. I need to just get everything where I can see it. The White House feed is live, but they're not showing him yet. So just before we do anything, let me just get prepared to show you the speech. Okay, so hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. So there is, first of all, I want to take the Iran thing down. We'll get rid of that. We'll get rid of this. We have that, and now we need this. Oops, we want this here. Okay. We will begin shortly. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Now I'm moving things around for some reason. But I don't know if I'll use this feed or the other feed. We'll have to see. Okay, so we have that up there. Hopefully this all works. Hopefully this all works. It seems like it's working so far. Oh, hold on, I have the pool feed. I have the pool feed. Look at this, look at this. I'm gonna put it on for you. Gotta turn off this. Look at this. Oh my gosh, hold on a second. The NBC News pool via Reuters. Wow. Wow. Whoa. There it is. Presidential remarks. Presidential remarks via Reuters. Thanks to G Knife Mall for your support. And Rick Sanchez, thank you. So much happening today. Okay, let me check and see, while we're waiting for President Trump, let me check the Iran stuff and see if I'm seeing anything new there. I just need a second to check that. I appreciate you being with Agenda Free TV for our coverage of this and the Iran conflict. This is not the NBC network feed. It's the NBC News pool, where this is the feed that different news agencies use. I get it through Reuters. So this is not NBC network. Although the NBC network, I guess, could use this if they wanted to, but it's the pool feed that multiple networks use. Yeah, hold on. Okay, now, is it still the beep? Beep. Okay, still saying that. I think this one will start before the White House one, I think. All right, bear with me for a second. Checking for updates. Oh, guys, by the way, in case you were wondering, Iran state media says Arab sources report at least 3 missiles struck the U.S. Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain. They seem to attack that every night, Iran, and they've been attacking it since the start of the war. But Tasnim News says, that's Iran state media, Arab sources report at least 3 missiles struck the U.S. Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain. Oh, also, Vahid Online said 10 minutes ago there were the sounds of explosion and air defense there. That's according to Vahid. Thanks so much to Bonnie Goodwin for your support. I really appreciate that. Bonnie Goodwin, thank you. Uh, 3.5 minutes until this is supposed to start. 3.5 minutes. I don't believe that CENTCOM has... Yeah, CENTCOM has not posted that they have ended their attacks for the day, which is interesting. Yeah, my guess is that it'll start close to on time because, again, it's, I know, there are news networks covering it. I mean, CBS is covering it, and the CBS News, no, CBS network is covering it. I know, and just generally speaking, these addresses to the nation are pretty on time. That'd be my guess. I do not know. It's a great question. Is some of our viewers thought this might be pre-recorded? I do not. I have absolutely no idea. I'm going to say live the White House because my understanding is that it's live. But if I apologize if I find out later that it's not. I mean, it's being broadcasted. I'll assume it's live. Nashville Loose says live. All right, what I'm going to do... Oh, they took off the beep sound. All right. I think we're going to be good here. I hope this works. This speech is not supposed to be about Iran, although you'll never know. You never know what he's going to talk about. Trump address, hold on. White House press pool says, your print pooler was denied a seat in the East Room for his 9 p.m. address. Sounds like it's going to be a live address. That's what it sounds like. So we're literally looking at the press pool feed. I may have to adjust the volume when it starts. I'll do my best to do that as quickly as possible. CNN says the White House says Trump's speech will shock listeners. I got to get rid of the clock in 15 seconds. Yeah, adjust the headline too. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so clock. We don't need the clock anymore. Let me adjust the headline if I can. Any moment. Trump's speech on election security. We will have more Iran updates for you. He is not speaking yet. I am looking at 2 different feeds and 3 different TV networks, and he is not on any of them. What'll happen, I believe, it'll just pop up and he'll start speaking. Oh, I know what I need to do. Let me just really quick, I'm going to refresh the feed. Everything's fine. Just refresh the feed. All good, all good, all good. For now. But I'm looking at it 2 different places. If there's a problem with one of them, we'll turn it on the other feed. 2 different feeds. One of our viewers, I think Jack Liga Videos thinks it's a decoy, not live. Trump in Situation Room as we take Karg. I was thinking about that idea today. I didn't even want to bring it up because I don't think it's realistic. The idea that, but I don't know if people talked about it in the chat at all. The idea that it's a big, ruse. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Live now.
Good evening. Before we begin, I'm proud to report that our country is safer, stronger, and far wealthier than it has ever been before. We are doing great. Less than 2 years ago, we inherited an economic and social disaster. After the worst inflation in 48 years, the wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including criminals of all types, and 11,888 murders, many of whom killed more than one person. We had transgender for everybody, men and women sports, crime ravaging our cities, and the whole world was laughing at us as a nation, but not anymore. 2 years ago, our country was dead. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. America is respected like we have never been respected before. We have more money being invested in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. More Americans are working today than ever before. This week it was announced that inflation saw the largest monthly decline in more than 6 years. Just happened. It was just given out. The media reported it, and we accept it. The best in 6 years. The tax cuts in our great, big, beautiful bill are saving hardworking families thousands and thousands of dollars, like with the provisions no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, along with the interest deduction on a loan used to purchase a car, but only if that car is made in America, and a 100% expensing for our job-creating businesses. Our stock markets are at their highest point in many years, but we can actually say of all time. And your 401ks, pensions, and retirement accounts are setting records every single day, the highest in history. For years, we paid the highest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. Now we pay the lowest price under my most favored nation's policy because I was able to get the rest of the world and the pharmaceutical companies to act responsibly. Drug prices are coming down by 70, 80, and 90%. TrumpRx.gov, this will ultimately reduce the cost of health care. You have to go to TrumpRx.gov and take advantage of it. But the cost of health care is coming way down because of what we've done with prescription drugs. And with Trump accounts, every child in America now has access to a tax-free investment account to save for their future. Billions and billions of dollars are being invested, put in by companies and individuals to take care of our children so that at age 18, they will have potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in their account, and they'll get off to a great start in life. So for that, go to TrumpAccounts.gov and sign up your child or any child who'd like to sign up. Our previously wide open borders have been transformed into the most secure borders in the history of our country, with 0 illegal aliens being admitted to the United States in the past 14 months. That is 0. Nobody thought it was possible. We had the worst border in the history of our country, and now we have the best. Crime is plummeting nationwide, with the murder rate at its lowest level since 1900, or more than 125 years ago. We're making a record investment in our armed forces, and we have the strongest and most powerful military by far anywhere in the world. I built it during my first term, and unfortunately, we're forced to use it now. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with us to produce millions and millions of barrels of oil. We are likewise winning big in Iran, and you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. America is back and doing really well, but we still have a major challenge that must be urgently addressed, because no country can be great without fair and honest elections. You have to trust your country, because if there can be no trust, there can be no greatness. And that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. There can be no greatness, and that's very simple. No trust, no greatness. For many years, I've called for bold, swift, and decisive action to protect the integrity of America's elections. Every American deserves to know that when they cast their vote, that vote will be counted accurately in a system, and that is to make that system secure. One where cheating and interference are not just difficult, but virtually impossible. Unfortunately, the system we have today falls catastrophically short of that standard. Tonight, I'm announcing the immediate declassification and release of critical intelligence revealing shocking vulnerabilities in our election infrastructure. This evidence shows that the election system we have dangerously exposes, and really exposes like levels never thought possible, to hacking, exploitation, and foreign interference. Just as disturbingly, this vital information has for many years been covered up and hidden from you. The American people are beautiful, our great American people, but that all changes right now. The documents we will release starting tonight have been gathered by the White House Government Transparency Task Force, a great group of people, along with the staff of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, supported by our top intelligence agency chiefs, who have all personally reviewed the findings. We are presenting this evening and fully confirmed their authenticity. You can see these documents for yourself at whitehouse.gov. That's whitehouse.gov. Go check it out. Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly, and that's what we're doing. The documents cover 5 major areas of concern. First, they show that over a period of years, starting during the 2020 election cycle, the People's Republic of China carried out what is believed to be the largest compromise of election data in history, resulting in China's illicit acquisition of 220 million U.S. voter files. That information includes names, addresses, phone numbers, political party preferences, and other sensitive data that would be needed to register to vote and engage in other nefarious activities, which is exactly what was happening. This data loss presents an unprecedented election security nightmare. The intelligence even shows that China assigned a data exploitation unit specifically to this new project. Compounding the travesty, the second set of documents we are releasing reveals that members of the deep state, very, very famous group of people, in many cases, in our intelligence agency work to actively suppress and downplay information about the extent of China's sinister election meddling, covering it up from both the president and the American people like nobody thought was possible. U.S. spy agencies began learning about the compromise of voter registration files in 2020 when they discovered that tens of millions of voter data, think of that, tens of millions of voters' data in 18 states have been bought, stolen, or hacked by China. Yet those responsible for sounding the alarm instead kept the information secret and hidden. They did not disclose to me as president or to anyone else, and to the best of our knowledge, they did not inform Congress. In fact, all they kept saying is, this is the most secure election in the history of our country, a standard, very pat line that was divvied out to say. The cover-up of this colossal security breach is even more disturbing in light of the additional information showing that China engaged in other election-related activities to undermine my first administration and our 2020 campaign. They did not want, and they just didn't want it. They fought like hell not to have it, Donald Trump, to win, and for good reason. As the documents we are releasing show, CIA reporting explicitly stated, and I quote, in mid-2018, the Chinese Communist Party's policy was to leverage all domestic and foreign elements that were opposed to the U.S. president in an effort to reduce the U.S. president's votes and make him resign or prevent his re-election. Isn't that nice? Also, in mid-2018, China was working to influence the results of the U.S. midterm elections and later the results of the 2020 presidential election itself. Going on, this document says, and this is by the CIA, the strategy included efforts to use Chinese contacts with big U.S. companies to influence U.S. business leaders to turn against the President of the United States of America. The Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them. charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. These are exact quotes from the CIA reporting. The name of the person doing the quote is now under review, but it gets even worse. Raw intelligence obtained by the FBI in 2020, yet buried by rogue bureaucrats, stated that China's activities even included an attempt to manufacture illegal ballots for Joe Biden. Documents show that during this period, dozens of significant CIA and NSA reports about China's election targeting were kept out of the presidential briefing. These were briefings I would get almost every day. Everything was kept out that was of importance. One email among intelligence analysts admitted that they had, quote, deliberately massaged the presidential daily briefing to withhold information regarding Chinese activities related to the election. Another official inside the FBI wrote that she was running, quote, a shadow government, unquote, to keep intelligence about China's election meddling from becoming known and to keep it away from the honorable press. Other officials who witnessed such efforts perceived the motivations to be blatantly political. Recently, we found significant numbers of burn bags in formation, and this is a group of bags that were used to destroy information given by President Barack Hussein Obama to be burned. It was supposed to be burned. These bags were supposed to be at a different level by different people, incinerated and checked, but it never happened. Maybe we got lucky. We believe this was not done on purpose, but rather through gross incompetence of the people that were supposed to burn the bags. But the findings are stunning. Today, I'm asking the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, and the CIA to investigate how and why such crucial information was hidden, to fire those involved in the cover-up, and to file criminal charges, if appropriate, against these people. Yet concealing China's meddling was only the beginning. The third set of documents we are releasing proves that for many years, Americans were blatantly lied to about the security of our election infrastructure, including electronic voting machines and ballot counting systems. Dishonest, almost all. They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised, and people within our government knew that. Tonight, we're publishing a series of previously classified U.S. intelligence community assessments and other reports proving that our government has long known these machines are extremely exposed to attack. As one assessment states, we judge that the United States adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure. That's unquote, but that's some statement, isn't it, made by supposedly great patriots of our country. The document goes on to further state that, quote, we assess that centralized election-related data repositories, such as voter registration databases, poll books, and other official election websites, are most vulnerable to exploitation, and adversaries could use this access to these systems to disrupt election processes within the United States of America. Tonight, we're releasing all of those findings, and spanning from January 2020 to June 2026. This is a cyber threat aimed at the very heart of our democracy. Many people have questioned whether it could actually be possible to electronically manipulate vote totals or change election results on these terrible machines. Today, we are releasing documents that show the CIA obtained reporting of a specific plot to do a big number in favor of the corrupt Maduro regime in Venezuela. And that's exactly what happened, conspiring to digitally rig their own country's elections in 2020, and that's what they did. This reporting included precise details about methods to regime develop, to digitally alter vote totals in ways that could not be detected even with an audit, no matter how deep they went. This intelligence underscores why we must take urgent action to ensure that our own system can never, ever be hacked or compromised like it was in the past. The fourth set of documents reveals that even when significant evidence of fraud has been detected, it has been buried and covered up. Among the disclosures tonight are FBI files detailing evidence of alleged fraud by a large-scale voter registration operation in Michigan. In 2020, Michigan State Police raided a Democrat Get Out the Vote organization, corrupt group in Muskegon. And we're so concerned by what they found. They were just so concerned, they couldn't believe it, actually, that they contacted the FBI in Detroit. The documents state that some canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names, submitted fraudulent registration for people who did not exist, and received gift cards tied to their number of applications that they produced. In other words, it was pay, play, and cheat. The FBI agents working on the case believe that crimes were committed, yet the Biden Department of Justice slow-walked the investigation and killed it. Tonight, I'm asking the FBI director to ensure that the matter is fully investigated and to work with the Department of Justice to prosecute those responsible for any crimes. Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote. Put together, these disclosures reveal an election system so broken and so vulnerable that no one can possibly defend it. It is not defensible. Hundreds of millions of U.S. voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. Our machines and ballot counting systems are exposed to hacking and manipulation and corruption. China and other countries have been trying to meddle in our elections. Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls, and yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity, California's recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that, much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have. In a rare move, NBC and ABC Fake News have both said that they would not cover this speech. They knew what it was about because of the fact that they don't like the topic, because they know how corrupt our system is and they don't want to reveal it. They and others in the media are part of a plot. They want to continue this fraud for whatever reason. They want to keep it going. They want to protect the radical left. They can't have a great country, and that's true. You can't have a great country without free and fair elections. Fraud like this should mean a revocation of their licenses. They use our public multi-billion-dollar in value airways for absolutely no money. They pay nothing. All we want is honesty in our elections and honesty in reporting. They pay nothing for multi-billion-dollar assets. Great damage has been done to our country. Our elections were left vulnerable to being rigged and stolen. and the trust of the American people was lost. This cannot be allowed to continue. Every American, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, or otherwise, should be able to agree that we deserve the most secure, honest, and fair election system anywhere in the world. Secure elections should be a partisan, really, we should be together, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody. And it should not be a partisan issue. It should cause to unite us, not to divide us. This should be a cause. We should be united, not divided. In light of the brand new and irrefutable information I have revealed tonight, my administration is in the process of notifying the states whose election data was compromised by the People's Republic of China and many others. We will be working closely to mitigate any harm, and we're taking swift action to ensure that sensitive voter data is better protected so we can never be bought, we can never be hacked, and we can never watch a stolen election again. Tomorrow, the Secretary of Homeland Security will hold a briefing to outline his department's recent work confirming cyber vulnerabilities in our electronic voting systems. They are bad. We're in the process of informing governors, senators, and members of Congress of potential issues in their states. If you look at voting today, it's in such bad shape in so many states, and we are committing to fix it. And we're also committing to be working with those states and local jurisdictions to help them fix and patch known technical vulnerabilities before the midterm elections. We have very important elections coming up. We want those elections to be honest. I've also ordered DHS to notify every state about non-citizens on their voter rolls and direct them to remove all ineligible voters from the lists immediately. But most importantly, addressing this crisis of election security demands that Congress must pass the Save America Act. How easy is that to do unless you want to cheat? The only reason you wouldn't do it is you want to cheat because your policies are so bad and your candidates are so pathetic that you can't get away or can't get elected any other way. This landmark bill requires that all voters must show photo voter ID. How simple is that? Could I have your photo, please? Photo voter ID. All voters must provide proof of citizenship. Are you a citizen of our country, please? And hopefully there will be no corrupt mail-in ballots, which if you watched California and so many other places, mail-in ballots are inherently corrupt. So you would have no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel if you're going away on business or vacation. These reforms are urgently needed to stop the vulnerabilities that I've mentioned. To all Americans, I ask you to pick up your phone tomorrow, call your representatives in the House and Senate, and demand that they pass the Save America Act without delay. Together, we will restore faith and confidence in our country, and we will be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our great military. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. That was President Trump. President Trump made his speech on election security. I'll take some of your comments now. Hold on. He said some classified information is going to be released relating to the election and some things about Chinese meddling. I have to go back and listen to the whole thing. I was dealing for the first part of the speech. There was an audio issue, which we had to deal with here and get you the audio fixed. So, I guess something that occurred to me though, while I was listening to him is, oh, by the way, we don't need the clock up anymore. So President Trump clearly thinks our nation's electoral machinery and electoral processes are vulnerable. Whether you do agree with him is up to you. But to me, the question is, what will he do because of that? So he's talking, at the end, he kind of talked about we're reaching out to states, and telling the states what we know and trying to help them, he says, like, make their system less vulnerable. But what I'm waiting for is there going to be some kind of pronunciation in the future where Trump says, we're doing this. We're just going to do this. We're going to make the states do this. And will that, I don't know if there will be, but I felt like maybe that was coming, because there was all this setup where he was saying that he believes that the election systems are not adequate and they're vulnerable. So I was waiting to see if he was going to make some kind of big announcement at the end, but we'll have to see what happens. I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna happen. It felt like maybe it was setting up some sort of later action, but I don't know if there's going to be some kind of later action. So we'll have to see. I don't know. That's just a thought I had. Kudzu thinks it's coming. Juice says Bigly good speaker. Let's see here. Tiberius says, that's crazy. I knew they were cheating. And Grumpy Old Guy says, why did they make such a big deal about this talk? Mon says, I didn't get much of what he said. Oh, yes, the speech already happened. Trump speech ends. Please rewind to see speech. We're going to have some more updates about Iran as well. Stormfather thought it was a nothing speech. One of our viewers said internet overloaded. I got into the White House feed early, but I saw a post saying that, I think Brian Stelter said at some point, I believe there might have been some issue with the White House feed, or I don't know if it was the YouTube site or the White House site. Did anybody have problems watching the White House feed? I was able to watch it, but I got in kind of early. So I don't know if any of you guys had problems with that. Jerry says it's back up. Bart Keck thinks a lot of arrests will be coming. Moving Reader says I couldn't get to the site. Some viewers said they watched it all. I don't know. Timothy Cool says paper ballots and one-day voting. Randy says, wow, what a speech. I don't know the specifics about what's in these documents and whether stuff in them has been, released before and all that stuff. I don't have the background. I'll wait a day or two and see what's some analysis of these documents. But again, I am interested in seeing, regardless of whether you agree with President Trump or not, he clearly thinks, he said, that the election systems in the U.S. are inadequate. So again, that raises the question of, will he try to forcefully do something about it? And I don't know. Mayab thinks that was not the hugest speech since the Cuban Missile Crisis. Hold on a second here. Alman says I was hoping to hear more on Iran. Oh, he did say about Iran. He did say about Iran at the start of the speech. He didn't say much, but he did say, you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. I didn't know how we should take that. He said, you will see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. That's what he said about Iran. Pioneers Twin says, when Trump speaks, people listen. By the way, let me say a couple quick thank yous, and I'll take some more comments here. Thanks to Resist and Exist. Resist and Exist thinks he's setting the ground to run again? That's what Resist and Exist says. Thanks, Resist and Exist. Thanks also, Trey Hilton, for your support. Thanks, Trey. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for watching, too. Prepper Tams, thank you. Prepper Tams thinks this was a plug for data centers. Thanks also, Mr. Bebo. Mr. Bebo says only Democrats don't want voter ID. Isn't that a bit odd? Just a bit odd. So there are a number of Republicans who also are against the Save America Act. I don't know if I want to get into all of this right now, but the Save America Act isn't just like voter ID. There's certain procedural things about it that that some people oppose in it. It's not just simply, hey, a voter ID bill. See if I can try to mention a couple things. Oh, I don't want to give you bad information. I haven't like gone back and prepared a whole thing about this, but just know that it's not a simple like, hey, everybody's got to show ID. That's the bill. So there's some people who say that that it would cause sweeping changes and it wants them to be implemented immediately, and there's a lack of funding for these changes. Also, it would require people to have to get certain documents that a lot of people, not just Democrats but Republicans, might not have. And let's see here. For example, hold on a second here. Where is it? Again, I don't want, there's plenty of articles you can read about this, but I think one thing I want to mention is just don't assume that the Save America Act is it's like one line, it says show an ID when you vote. When you have a bill like this, there's all these questions about implementation, right? And show proof of citizenship. So how is that going to actually be put? There's different ways you can put these kind of things into effect. Let me see if I have comments here from, maybe I can show you comments from. Anyways, I don't want to get it all. I don't want to give you wrong information, but I didn't prepare a whole primer on the Save America Act. But I would encourage you to do some research into it and don't assume it's like a 3-line bill. What I would like is just a little summary here to kind of get you, maybe show you some things to look up. All right, let me take some more comments from you guys. So, for example, here's just one thing. The Brennan Center for Justice, who opposes the Save America Act, they say that the latest version of the SAVE Act would effectively require every American to produce a passport or birth certificate every time they register or re-register to vote. They say more than 21 million American citizens do not have those documents readily available. Roughly half of Americans do not have a passport. Millions lack easy access to a paper copy of their birth certificate. Millions more women whose married names are not on their birth certificates or passports would face extra steps just to make their voices heard. Again, all I'm trying to let you know is that there's complexities about the bill. So without getting all into it now, I'll post a link to the Brennan Center. They have an opposition. They have a editorial opposing the Save America Act, which you don't have to agree with. But I'm not going to make this whole like a big 2-hour research project on the Save America Act. My point to you is just there are complexities here. So I would, before having a quick judgment about it, I would look into it and look up some of the specifics about what's actually in the bill, how it's implemented, and it's you get complexities when you're talking about how actually to implement various parts of the bill. And by the way, just to point out, there was a Fox News article on June 4th that said 4 Senate Republicans killed another effort to pass the Save America Act. And they said those 4 Republicans were Senators Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, and Tom Tillis of North Carolina. That's a Fox News article from early June. So it's not just Democrats who oppose it. Anyways, I don't want to make this all about the Save America Act. We got to check on Iran too. Let's see here. Quick thanks to Justin Robinson. I didn't even get done thanking people. Justin Robinson, thank you. Tammy Love, thank you. Benny Hill, thank you. Benny Hill says, did he take a semi-bow at the end of his speech? I didn't notice that, but I don't know if he did. Benny Hill thought he was on and off script. Thank you, Creamers. Thank you also, Resist and Exist. And Michael Manalo and Mr. H9457. Mr. H says, if our elections are really this compromised, I hope we see irrefutable evidence and not redacted slop. That's what Mr. H says. Creamers thinks the speech illustrates how deeply seated the corruption is between Trump haters, Democrats, and international regimes. Thanks also to Prepper Tams and Raisback, who says efforts to advance the Save America Act by tying it to the defense bill and recently the housing bill as leverage did not succeed. That's what Raisback says. I would have to go back and check it. I cannot verify that off the top of my head. Thank you also, Mr. Bebo and Cowboy. Trump said the evidence is going to be on the White House site. I'm not going to start parsing documents now, by the way, if it's up there. But thank you, Cowboy. Thanks, Vermon Guy, who says this is what we call foreshadowing about the speech. Thanks CAA 1000. CAA says the Save America Act has been called the Voters Suppression Act of 2026. Thanks to Jeff TE88PFCR, who supports the Save America Act. Jeff says 84% of Americans believe our election system is vulnerable. That's what Jeff said. Thanks, Ryan DT39, who says no mention of the 2024 elections. Thanks, Ryan, for your support. And also Smokin' Thrills and Grateful Floydian, C. Serwin, and Seize the Days, who thought it was shameful that CNN wasn't showing it. I think they showed some of it, but not all of it, I think. Thanks, Inhalation Aerosol, who says now we get to see fascism cemented in the U.S. Thanks, Blue Cloud Dow, Spicy Tuna Roll, Dreeth Bain, J3VO, and PA Jeeper, and Alina Bogdan, and Det TY, and Firejack, and Guy Ramsey, and Daniel Utah. Sorry, I had a lot of people to thank to catch up on. And Rick Sanchez, and I want to take some more comments from you guys. Hang on. I got to catch up on Iran too. The Keen Bean on Twitch, thank you. WeWick on Twitch, thank you. Who Shot JR, thank you. Now, CENTCOM has not yet posted that their strikes have ended, by the way, just so you know, interestingly. Oh, hold on a second here. No. Let's try to get you some more updates about the war. Oh, by the way, the White House site, they put up, President Trump posted this on his True Social. If you want to go to the White House site, they have a site, whitehouse.gov/election-integrity/ and it says election integrity, President Trump address, and they talk about various things here. Non-citizens on state voter rolls. I cannot confirm these claims they're making here. Michigan voter registration investigation. China's acquisition and exploitation of American voter data, and vulnerabilities they claim in electronic voting and ballot counting systems. Oh, and they have links to documents if you want to download the documents. whitehouse.gov/election-integrity. They have the documents here. Pixie Lou said New York Times has a wonderful point-by-point analysis. Hero Legend says Trump is right. Dude 44 says Trump only mentions elections he runs in and loses. Oh, sorry, I was trying to get you more updates on the war too. Hold on, just hold on a moment, everyone. Just give me a second. I'm not seeing that much new from... Oh, CENTCOM just posted. I think CENTCOM just posted, guys. Look. I think they were waiting for Trump to finish. Look, I was just talking about this 2 minutes ago. U.S. successfully completes new strikes in Iran. Today at 9:40 p.m., 9 minutes ago, they say, Eastern Time, Central Command completed its latest major wave of strikes against Iran. Hang on. U.S. forces, including fighter jets, aerial drones, and warships, launched precision munitions that hit dozens of Iranian military targets, such as coastal surveillance and air defense sites, military logistics infrastructure, and maritime capabilities. They don't mention the strikes, reported strikes on 2 bridges and a railway. Well, military logistics, maybe they could claim those are military logistics. Anyways, but there were reportedly two bridges hit and also a railway junction near Bandar Abbas and also an airport. They say they hit Iranian targets, military targets, such as coastal surveillance and air defense sites, military logistics infrastructure, and maritime capabilities. This was the 6th consecutive night of U.S. strikes against Iran. At the Commander-in-Chief's direction, CENTCOM is further degrading Iranian military capabilities and holding Iran accountable for recent attacks on commercial shipping. More than 50,000 U.S. service members are operating across the Middle East and remain vigilant, lethal, and deadly. And they posted a video here. Let's look at their video. This says it's footage released today. That doesn't mean it was taken today. Footage released today. Probably pretty loud, but I'll see. I want to see this one again. What's this one? There's like cars driving. This one, there's like cars driving by there. I don't know where that is. All right. So the U.S. just announced that they ended their strikes. Okay. Yes, Trump already spoke. That's why the headline says, please rewind to see Trump's speech. Space Turkey thinks it's same video as the past few nights. It doesn't look like it's the exact same, but there's not a lot of specifics stated in the video. LCS Fox says same stock video. Well, I think Iran has already, I mean, we've already heard, I'm waiting for these. I'm waiting, for Iran to post statements. I mean, before Trump spoke, there was reports, there were sirens in Bahrain and alerts in Kuwait and Qatar, and reports. Iranian media talked about things fired at Jordan or explosions in Jordan. So I'm awaiting for Iran. At this point, I'm waiting for Iran to release statements talking about their launching retaliation strikes at U.S. military sites in all those 4 countries. I haven't seen those statements yet. A lot of times those statements come around the same time. Some come around the same time as the U.S. statement. And look, I just saw one right now. The U.S. statements, I think sometimes Iran waits for the U.S. statement. Hey, new statement from Iran about Bahrain. Here we go. Look, statement from Iran about their retaliation in Bahrain. Here it is. I can put it on the screen for you, right? Just like clockwork. Just like clockwork. Here we go. Let's look at their statement about Bahrain, guys. This is from the Iranian army. The 11th stage of the Army's Operation Lightning. U.S. centers and bases in Bahrain targeted by Army drone attacks. In the 11th phase of Operation Lightning, we don't need the live thing up there. In the 11th phase of Operation Lightning, a few hours ago, the location of the reconnaissance aircraft and helicopters of the American terrorist army in Bahrain was targeted by the Islamic Republic of Iran's army's destructive drones. According to IRNA, which is Iran state media, the Army Public Relations Department, in response to the enemy's hostile action targeting urban infrastructure, remember, it appears that U.S. hit a couple bridges in Iran and a railway junction and an airport tonight. According to IRNA, the Army Public Relations Department, in response to the enemy's hostile action targeting urban infrastructure and innocent people a few hours ago, the Islamic Republic of Iran Army, in the 11th phase of the Operation Lightning, targeted the location of the U.S. terrorist army's helicopters and P-8 reconnaissance aircraft at the Sakhir base in Bahrain with Arash drone attacks. The Army emphasized that the security and independence of this divine homeland is our red line, and that we will respond quickly and decisively to the evils of the evil enemy, noting any miscalculation in estimating the will and perseverance of the nation, and the combat capability of the Iranian army and the IRGC will have a heavy cost for the arrogant enemy. I thought we read a statement similar to this like an hour or two ago. Now, IRNA just posted this statement. So I don't know if it's the same statement or slightly different, but it just got, this was just posted 6 minutes ago by IRNA. Anyways, IRNA's state media. So they said that. Now I'm waiting for their statements about Bahrain and Jordan and Kuwait. I think we'll get those soon. Zinkman says, is any of this going to end anytime soon? I don't know what to tell you. Thanks to PH Survivor 92, who suggested a thank you emoji. That's an interesting idea. I'll put it on the consideration list. PH Survivor, thanks so much. Thank you, Trey Hilton. What would I like to see from my country regarding global affairs? That's not the purpose of these broadcasts. Trey Hilton. Thank you for your support, Trey Hilton. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you supporting the channel and watching, Trey Hilton. Also, Tammy Love. Now, I haven't seen anything about, Iranian state media was claiming there were reports of some sort of incident on the causeway between Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. I haven't seen anything more about that. I haven't seen it reported anywhere. Nothing. Hang on a second here. Give me a moment. President Trump is attending a FIFA reception tomorrow at 5:20 p.m. I don't know if there'll be live video of that. He is traveling to Bedminster, New Jersey tomorrow. Isn't President Trump going to the World Cup final? Yes, Trump is going to attend the World Cup final. That was confirmed today by the White House. That will be on Sunday in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Dockport says, I'm seeing a lot of reports that the bridge got struck, though not sure how accurate, though. Bahrain Saudi bridge. Well, I mean, the only reports I saw is Iran media claimed there were other outlets reporting it. But I haven't seen any other outlets reporting it. And I don't know if you're seeing reports, are they just quoting the Iranian state media? I would think by now, if there was a Iranian drone or missile strike on the Bahrain to Saudi Arabia causeway, we would know more about it by now. Now, I might be wrong about that, though. I would think that. I mean, it would have been hours ago now, or over an hour ago. So I'm checking some of the messages here. Raymond Thompson, our viewer, thinks voting without photo ID is simply madness. No photo ID, no voting. That is from Raymond Thompson, our viewer. Thanks, Raymond, for writing in. So there's a picture from Stephen Chung, who is, hold on. Stephen Chung is assistant to President Trump, White House Director of Communications. Now, Stephen Chung says, what a speech. We must secure our elections and stop foreign interference, pass the Save America Act. But I want you to see the picture here. Look at the picture that Stephen Chung posted. So it's President Trump, and then it's a lot of people from the cabinet. I don't know if it's everybody, but I see J.D. Vance here, and Susie Wiles, and Marco Rubio, and a bunch of others. Howard Lutnick. Kelly, is it Loeffler? I never remember how to pronounce it. But I don't know if it's the whole cabinet. Maybe it was. Todd Blanche and others. This is interesting. So I mentioned to you guys that the Central Command statement about U.S. Central Command statement about today's strikes, it didn't say they hit bridges or, or a railway junction. It did use that phrase I pointed out. They said that phrase, military logistics infrastructure. And I said, I don't know if they're considering the bridges military logistics infrastructure. OSINT Technical points out, OSINT Technical says the last time CENTCOM claimed to strike military logistics infrastructure was after a rail bridge in northern Iran was hit by them, which I forget when that was, like a month ago or something. So maybe that's the phrase they use if they hit bridges, military logistics infrastructure. Oh, thanks to Curtis Ray for the memberships. Curtis, that's very nice of you. Curtis Ray Barbecue. Please thank Curtis if you got a membership from Curtis Ray Barbecue. Cameron says you should fact check the president's speech, Mr. Steve. He made a lot of false claims about the elections. I'm not getting into it right now. We have been on the air for, I think, 7 hours now. And I'm sure there's plenty of places online you can find fact checks of his speech. I would encourage you, if you want to go check those out. We're not doing that here. I'm sorry. I apologize if you were hoping for it, but it's not happening this stream. But I appreciate your support, Cameron TN. GWN of the Brown says that President Trump should have used a monitor to show emails. People like seeing the evidence. That's what our viewer GWN said. I have to eat something soon. I haven't eaten anything. No, Brian Shai, the attacks on Iran are over for the night. Well, at least for now, because the CENTCOM announced it. Who knows what they'll do in the coming hours, but CENTCOM said the strikes are over. I was waiting to get some more of the Iranian responses. Normally, they would come out now and post a bunch of press releases about their responses. Oh, update. We have an update here from Iran State Television. Iran State Television claims that the American enemy has attacked the Chabahar Maritime Surveillance Tower for the third time in the past week with missile strikes. That's their claim. I can't verify that. Chabahar is on the southern coast of Iran to the east of the Strait of Hormuz. Another question about it is we've talked about with the Iran stuff are these strikes leading up to something? Couple of bridges today attacked. Remember, as I mentioned, the Wall Street Journal reported today saying that a U.S. official told the Wall Street Journal that the bridges that were attacked in Iran were attacked in a bid to choke off the regime's supply routes. And Wall Street Journal said that the U.S. struck multiple bridges today in an effort to cut off supply routes to a port city and a naval base that Iran uses to attack ships and project power, according to a U.S. official. Remember, there was also a railway junction attack near Bandar Abbas as well. And the bridges where were involved roads leading out of Bandar Abbas, I believe. Yeah, several attacks on bridges were reported in and around the port city of Bandar Abbas, says Wall Street Journal. But is this leading to something? I don't know. Leading to some other change of strategy. So we covered that earlier. Jack Liga Videos thinks any road, bridge, rail that can transport military supply is fair game. Thanks, CAC, who wants an emoji for breaking updates. It should with the emojis. It's hard because they're so small. It's very hard to fit words on them. You know, that's the problem. So, but I'll keep it in mind. Your suggestion has been noted, CAC 813. I really appreciate it. There's still one emoji we have here that I have to give that out soon, which is ready. But we'll do that on a future broadcast. Thanks to Sonic, who designed the emojis. Another thing I did notice about the CENTCOM statement is they did use the word major, didn't they, CENTCOM? On their statement, they said CENTCOM completed its latest major wave of strikes against Iran. Oka Kwaboba says, at this point, we have to go for the head completely. The Iranian people can't even attempt to protest or revolt. Grant Page thinks more bridges need to be taken out. Thanks, Trey Hilton, who said you can detail everything into infinity. You have the juice. Be aware for all sakes needed. Thanks, Trey, for your support. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes here to see if we get anything else coming out of Iran. Thank you to Ruth and Haley Girl and Leslie Ladyhawk and Beth Mythical over on YouTube for moderating, by the way. Really appreciate all of our moderators who've been here. We've had a lot of people in the chat. On Twitch, we have moderating right now Idaho Star and Sarah. Big thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Tony, our viewer, Tony lives here, says, is taking out important bridges a war crime? Thanks to Kay Lowry, Body, Darren, Charlo moderating, Paul Anderson. Our viewer Pumbaa says, we dropped thousands of bombs on Iran already, and taking out a bridge or power plant will make them give up. It only makes innocent Iranians suffer, says Pumbaa. The military can use water to drink too. I mean, I would think taking out bridges will certainly have a significant civilian impact, I would think. Just checking some different sources here. I would really like to have Iran's summaries of their retaliations to be able to show you guys. Axios is reporting that Axios claims that White House officials were surprised to hear that in the Israeli press that Netanyahu was planning to visit Trump on Monday. He has visited 6 times in Trump's second term, by the way, Axios says. And Axios says Trump is not rushing to sit down with Netanyahu in front of the cameras. And Axios reports that Netanyahu wanted to meet Trump, but the meeting was never confirmed or added to the president's schedule. Now, I don't know if he's still going to come to Lindsey Graham's funeral. You can see, yeah, so one of our viewers mentioned the Lindsey Graham thing. Axios says White House officials have not ruled out Trump meeting Netanyahu when he comes to Graham's wake at the National Cathedral this month. So who knows? Maybe that'll happen. So Al Jazeera says that oh, here, look. Statement from Qatar. New statement from Qatar. In the
Oh,
context,
here, look.
Well, I'm hearing two of myself. We don't want that. In the context of the continuous monitoring of developments on the ground, the Ministry of Interior confirms that security authorities and civil defense teams have initiated their procedures in accordance with the approved response plans following the Iranian attack that targeted Qatar this morning, I think over the last couple hours. Based on received reports and field findings, the ministry confirms that one child sustained an injury due to falling shrapnel. Once again, falling shrapnel, resulting from interception operations. Once again, resulting from interception operations, and is currently receiving the necessary medical care. I hope the kid's okay. The ministry also emphasizes the strict necessity of obtaining information solely from official sources. And why do you not see videos and photos from Qatar? Well, they say, the Ministry of Interior says, refrain from circulating rumors or publishing any unverified information, photos, or video clips in order to avoid legal accountability. They say the competent security authorities at the Ministry of Interior continue their work with full readiness around the clock, enhancing rapid response, ensuring the preservation of community security and safety, and maintaining the normal flow of services. So they say a child was hurt in the Iranian attack. I hope the child is okay. We don't get a lot of specifics there, but it appears that, at least for now, that Iranian attack in Qatar is over. Yeah, we already read. The CENTCOM is done. We read the CENTCOM statement like 20 minutes ago. It's on my X account if you missed it. Bobby Newman thinks Iran's response was weak. So what I think it is, I think, again, I would like to be able to tell you what Iran says about its retaliation attacks, and we're waiting for more statements from them, and soon I'm going to have to make some food. Going to have to. Jinnasong thinks Iran doesn't have much left. But if I make some food, the question is, do I leave the stream running? I can leave the stream running. I just don't know that there'll be much to cover after I eat besides what Iran says in their announcements about the retaliation attacks. I'm not hearing much right now. At a certain point, I may just end up wrapping up the stream. I don't know. We'll see. I don't love Oh, no. I don't love when I leave the stream on while I'm eating, I like to have it be that people know that if I come back, when I come back, there's going to be something significant and not just, 30 seconds of wrapping up or whatever. I'll give it a couple more minutes and just see if we hear anything. I'm not hearing any reports so far suggesting that Iran's retaliation strikes were anything very different than what we've seen before. I mean, they already commented. We heard Kuwait said a child was injured and there was some attacks there. Glenda says nothing seems to be going on now. Yeah, I think we're getting to that time. We came on earlier today because the attack started earlier. I think we may do that. I think I might start trying to wrap up things. And I'm sure we'll have more coverage of this. Maybe probably tomorrow if there's attacks tomorrow. All right, I think we're getting there. Although what'll probably happen is I'll say we're wrapping up and then something big will happen. I don't know that something big will happen, but you never know. If there's something huge, we can always do another live stream. I think it might be time. BLU says thinks there's no more news tonight. I don't know about that, but I think I got to take a break now and eat some food. So it's been very busy today. We've been covering a lot about Iran attacks and this speech. You can go rewind the speech if you want to see it. All right. Look, I really appreciate people who have been with us today for our Iran coverage and also our Trump speech coverage. And I am guessing that we very well might be here tomorrow covering more fighting in Iran. U.S. seemed to ramp it up a bit today, attacking a couple bridges and a railway junction and an airport. Yes, I can always come back on the air, as one of our viewers just said. Bluebird's Apple Cookie. So I really appreciate you watching. And I will post updates on my X account when I'm not on the air, which is @Lookner. So you can follow me there, and if I see stuff when I'm not on the air, I can post it there and keep you posted over there. And again, if something huge happens, I can come back on the air @Lookner on X. But if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And what was I going to say? Sign up for the notifications. I never know when we're going to rush on the air to cover breaking news. If you sign up for our free notifications, you can send a notification live. You get a notification before we come on the air every time. It's really reliable, so you don't miss a stream, and it's free to sign up. So the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can find the free notification sign up link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would say sign up for those. And I really appreciate people watching. I really appreciate people who've been sending me updates about what they're hearing. Also letting me read your comments and questions on the air. And thanks for chatting, the moderator, the viewers who participated in the chat. Oh, hold on. Breaking news. We have news. We have news. See what happens? I say I'm wrapping up and there's some breaking news. Steve, what is the breaking news you're talking about? Well, the breaking news is an announcement by Iran state media, saying that 5 bridges were hit. They claim that 5 bridges were hit. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. See that? I was about to get off the air, but I got to talk about this. 5 bridges were hit, according in the south. So Iranian official says 5 bridges were hit in southern Iran. I'm going to read this in a second. Wow. Iran says 5 bridges were hit in tonight's attacks by U.S. in southern Iran. All right, let's read this. Further updates on the U.S. attack on bridges in the south. 5 bridges were hit. Hormozgan province governorate, this is the local government, following the aggressive attacks by the United States on Hormozgan province. Unfortunately, in addition to the Kavaristan bridge, other bridges in the Kamir district have also been targeted. Which bridges were attacked? Gareve Bridge, route connecting Bandar Abbas, Kamir, and Lar. Bridge after the village of Latidan, Kala Metal, route returning from Bandar Abbas, Kamir, and Lar. 2 bridges on the Kavaristan route Lar. Partially completed bridge, access connecting Bandar Kamir, Keshvar, and Bandar Abbas. Bridge in the village of Mark, Kamir district. We urge the public to avoid traveling on the aforementioned routes and surrounding areas to allow emergency and security teams to operate freely. Wow. I wasn't expecting that. They say we urge the public to avoid traveling on the aforementioned routes and surrounding areas. Now, I cannot confirm this. I'm pretty confident in this because first of all, there's footage of a couple bridges that have been hit. Second of all, the Wall Street Journal reported that several bridges were hit. But also, I mean, it doesn't really do the Iranian government much good to say bridges that were hit that weren't hit, right? I mean, it doesn't make them look good. And also, people can go out and check the bridges. So I have a hard time thinking that Iran is making up that these bridges were hit. Yeah, one of the viewers said it's 6. They're counting. I mean, so it says it's 2. I don't know if they're saying that the partially completed one doesn't count or that the 2 bridges counts as one bridge. Anyways, they say 5. So at the top there, but maybe they meant to say 6. I don't know. Maybe they'll offer a corrected post. Wow. Roy says, I don't think anybody is doubting the bridges. They reported before that they said 7 people had been killed in the attacks on the bridges. I don't know if that's going to change. Last I saw, they said 7. Iran said 7 dead and 9 injured. Wow. Let me show you something that Iran said about the Chabahar maritime surveillance tower. Third U.S. missile attack on Chabahar maritime surveillance tower. A few minutes ago, people in Chabahar heard several explosions in the city According to initial reports, the American enemy has once again targeted the Chabahar maritime surveillance tower with missile attacks, marking the third such attack in the past week. The Chabahar maritime surveillance tower, they say, is considered a civilian infrastructure in the maritime sector and plays a vital role in ensuring the safe passage of maritime traffic, monitoring the port area, and coordinating search and rescue operations. Now, again, Wall Street Journal was saying that they were these bridges were hit in an attempt to, how did they put it, the Wall Street Journal? I have to find it here. They said that the U.S. struck multiple bridges in an effort to cut off supply routes to a port city, Bandar Abbas, and naval base in the Strait of Hormuz that Iran uses to attack ships and project power. Now, are they going to do this, hit more bridges tomorrow? I remember one bridge hit like a month ago, and then months ago, I remember them hitting like this huge bridge that was under construction. But that hasn't been a common thing that we hear about, really. So it's quite interesting to see that allegedly they hit 5 bridges. Thank you, Sparky the Human, for the memberships. That's very nice of you, Sparky. I really appreciate that. Bryant Mole, unfortunately, those are not available at the moment. Thank you, Bryant Mole. Bryant M. Mole, I wish I had a better answer for you, but not available. Thank you, Bryant, for your support. Gigi's Kitty says maybe power plants tomorrow. I don't know. How much of this is about sending a message, by the way? How much of it is about implying that more bridges could be attacked in future days? So is this setting a pattern of heightened, of bigger attacks by the U.S.? I have no idea. But they said 5 bridges were hit. We'll see if there's pictures emerging of other ones. I'm guessing there might be in the hours to come. OSINT Technical posted what he said is a photo showing the Iran's port of Chabahar Maritime Controls Tower finally getting destroyed this morning. I believe it had been hit before. I'll post a link to that in the chat. All right. Now that we heard that, I think I'm going to have to, I was wrapping up before. I got to eat something. So we got you that update. But I think at this point, I really need to eat something. Again, I can always come on again later. As I mentioned, I appreciate everybody watching. You can follow me on X for updates at Lookner on X. I just have to eat something. I have to now. So follow me on X. Sign up for the notifications for the channel. Subscribe, follow the channel, and also sign up for our free notifications. They work really well. You get a notification every time before we go live to let you know we're going live. Mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can also find the sign up for the notifications in the video description for this video on YouTube and Facebook. Now, also, let's see here. And as I said before, I really appreciate people tuning in and watching and participating in the chat and sending me updates and letting me read your comments and questions. So thank you. Now, I want to shout out our mods too. Our mods are incredible. They are awesome. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. We couldn't have it without our mods, keeping things civil and respectful there. Thank you so much, mods. Ruth and Beth, Mythical and Haley Girl, all over there on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube mods. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Over on Twitch, Idaho Star and Sarah, thank you so much. And all of our other Twitch mods who've been here. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Darren Charlo, Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes, Michael Fergal, thank you. Huge thanks to everybody who supported the channel today. I think I'm caught up on everybody and thanked people before, but that's super nice of you. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. Really generous of you. Tormented Tantalus and everybody, Lewis R. and everybody else, Joe Seals, and very, very kind of you guys and everybody else who I thanked earlier. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Hey, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there and give you a heads up when we're going live. I post updates by the channel there at Agenda Free TV. Let's see here. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. Our Discord chat, it's free. The Discord chat is free. A lot of our viewers like doing the Discord chat. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. And big thanks to our Discord mods who mod our Discord chat. Thank you so much, Discord mods. Also, for people who are watching on YouTube, I would recommend, if you watch us on YouTube, turn on the YouTube notifications. Another way to find out when we're live. To do that, subscribe to the channel and click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. Thank you to Sean C., our member. Thank you, Sean C. And let's see here. Hey, huge thanks to our Facebook subscribers who subscribe over there and support the channel, like Dolly Clark and Diane Allworth, Kristen McConnell Gates, Kay Lowry Body, all of our other subscribers on Facebook. Huge thanks. And our Twitch subscribers as well. People like, hang on a moment here. Uncle Fester and Wall Street and Squirtin'. And Jax Haku and Sarah and Tatsiki and Wall Street Shaggy, Jax Animals, SDF, DSV. Thank you for subscribing. Hugh J on Twitch. Zambo, Ninja Baseball Batman, DJ Saltlick. Guy from KC. Oh, Guy from KC, thanks for watching over there. I appreciate it. Simp Nasty Scrimp. KC Steve, again, thanks for your support. And all of our other Twitch subscribers. Kendra Fox, New Yorker 783. Thank you. And our YouTube members. Bluebird Softball Cookie, the one and only School Bro, Mau Mau, Cack, Squinting Cat, Jesse James, Zinkman, Bailey, or Barry, Marin Gobra, Patty Roy, Schaff, Gregory Scherer, Jesse James, Lisa Sawyer, Tim M6, Tyler Guy, Bobby Newman, Patricia Canada, Dr. Santos, Benny Hill, Low Level Rebel, Tim M6. One of the viewers said Bahrain sirens. Well, I'm not staying on for Bahrain sirens. That happened several times a night. Yes, more sirens in Bahrain, just so you know. More sirens on Bahrain. This normally happens several times a night as Iran launches drones and missiles at Bahrain. Again, I'm not going to stay on for that. Normally, we really don't get much information about what's going on there. And then eventually, we'll get a statement from Iran saying, this is what we targeted there. We might get a statement from Bahrain at some point, but thanks for letting me know. So again, looks like some Iran is launching more missiles and drones at Bahrain, but I am not staying on for that. But I will keep an eye on things. If there's something huge, we can always come back on the air. I will post updates on my X account. Thanks for letting me know. Sambino says those bases in Bahrain must be a mess. For all I know, they'll fire more missiles at Kuwait as well and Jordan. Who knows? Thanks also, Jared, for watching. Daniel Whitehouse for watching. Thank you. Mr. Smicker Live. Hang on. Yeah, again, there may be, I would not be surprised if Iran fires more missiles and drones at U.S. sites in Bahrain, Qatar, and Jordan. I got to eat something. I'm not staying on from that. Usually, we really don't get much information about it. But if there's something huge that happens, I can come on after I eat. So I will keep you posted. All right. And also thanks to Brian Shy for watching. Thanks, Brian, for watching over there on Facebook. Nancy D. Schneider, thank you for watching. Dolly Clark, thanks for subscribing over there. Melissa Terry, thanks for watching. And Vic Green Bitcoin, thanks for watching. Casey Jeanette, Casey Ninjet, Scotty Too Sweet, Mayoro Blocks, Mayo Roblox, thanks for watching. Random Gaming, Long Boy Dave, Oka Kwaoba, thanks for watching. All right, we're wrapping this up. We are wrapping it up. I need to eat something. I'm sure we'll be covering this more soon. Just making sure I don't have anything else here. Oh, I do have one statement from Iran. One of these publicity statements they release after some of their attacks, I have one more statement I can show you. Look, it just got posted. 12th phase of the Iranian Army's Thunder operation. Drone attacks on U.S. military support centers in Kuwait. Very similar to other statements they issue about their retaliation. Army public relations in response to the crimes of the arrogant enemy and retaliation for the blood of the pure martyrs of this land. A few hours ago, during the 12th phase of the Thunder Operation, Iranian Army's Arash attack drones targeted the locations of forces and logistical support centers of the terrorist and child-killing U.S. military in Kuwait. The Iranian Army emphasized, relying on its history, popular support, experience, and combat readiness, we have stood firm and vigilant against any pressure or threat, and we are certain that this ancient land and the history-making and heroic Iranian nation, with divine grace, will overcome the evil and deceitful enemy. So that's their statement. I expect that they're going to... Oh, and by the way, let's see here. Just a few minutes ago, Far state media said explosion reported in Bahrain and Qatar, which suggests to me that Iran has probably launched things not only at Bahrain, but Qatar as well. That's usually when they talk about those things and they say there's explosions in places in Iran state media, that means they fired stuff there. So I would guess that they have fired more at Bahrain and Qatar. But I have to wrap up the stream now. So I will keep an eye on things, keep you posted. If there's huge developments, we can come on the air. But that is it for now. All right, let me go eat. Thank you so much for watching. And thank you again to our moderators. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.